I just realized we weren't online on Facebook for potentially a long time, so looks like we're back on now. All right. Stu Wilkie asks, does anyone think Killian will run a 24-hour again? Well, what do you say, folks? Let us know in the comments, yes or no. Do you think Killian will run a 24-hour again? We want to hear it. All right, welcome to our Facebook viewers. I just realized that we hadn't been on Facebook for quite some time, so we're back on again. So welcome to the 2020 Desert Solstice. We are 7.5 hours in, and we've got our leaderboard here. This is all happening at Central High School in Phoenix, Arizona. Appreciate you guys tuning in here. If you do want to drop your comments in the chat room, we will be happy to answer them for you. We have a mixed reaction. We asked the crowd here if they think Killian will do another 24, and half say yes, half say no. John Moroshik is predicting runners in the 6th through 10th position will finish in the top 5. Bold prediction. Oh, it looks like we might have a track cam back. I'm getting some reverb, Chris. Oh, sounds good. All right, Andy Carr, another killer update here. 13:56:59 is the men's 45 to 49 U.S. record, and Olivier Leblond is on pace for that. What is the age difference between the runners? Ryan is the youngest. Who is the oldest? Bob Hearn is the oldest. He's 55, I think. Yeah, 55, exactly. Elizabeth Hearn, she's right here to fact check us. Thank you so much. Our audience in YouTube has been so helpful today. It basically really helping me to do my job and keep me honest over here. Someone just asked some great questions. How bad would Goggins get smoked in this? Shots fired. And yeah, someone asked if I'm going to be the host for this whole show. That's the current plan. Yeah, probably did not plan that out very well, but I figure if my brother's going to be out there running on the track the whole time, the least I can do is sit on my butt the whole time. You might find me at 3 a.m. with my head on this table, though, with like 400 people watching it. That'd be great. Ultrarunning history says during the night, as Giannis Kouros ran his world record 24-hour run, his crew would put little pieces of food in his mouth every lap. Okay, so is that you're telling me he didn't even want to expend the effort of like basically putting food in his own mouth? Like that was too much? Andre Lee, do you need one more do I need more Red Bull? Probably. Probably shouldn't, but probably. Couldn't get the treadmill out to get some vert in while talking though. If you could, yeah, if we could get that treadmill from my house to the second floor of my office, that would be incredible. That would be great. Let's do it. Andy Carr, another update here. Statistics 8:22:27 is the US women's 40 to 44 100K track record, which is in play but could be close. She's at 55 miles now. I forget who we're talking about, but probably Marissa. Looks like we might have another cam here on the track soon.
There was nothing that she was aware of. He didn't seem to have any issues. So that was her thought. I mean, she didn't see any noticeable difference, but she's kind of leaving him to his own devices. She doesn't really have a watch in her hand. She's more likely to have a book in her hand. So
okay, so she's just hanging out.
Well, she's hanging out with Lauren Curry, and they're here to offer support. But even though this is uncharted territory for Zach in terms of his 24-hour goals, I think that she's kind of just leaving him to his own devices and to see, if he needs something, he'll definitely let her know. So.
Davey Crockett, who is Ultrarunning history on here, he says that ATY, my aid station, was set up next to Giannis Kouros's, and his crew did everything possible for him to save time and effort. So that's why they're even putting food directly into his mouth. Ryan Cabal, serious question. Do the racers get bathroom breaks? So in a 24-hour race like this, the time never stops once it starts. So bathroom breaks are just included. So you just kind of have to include that in your time. So if you take a break, you don't get that time back. You just have to kind of plan that into your day.
Well, and you've also made it very accessible for them because the restroom is literally right on the course for them. So
yeah, we got some portables right on the track. Very important question here from Jason. How do you keep your flowing locks looking so amazing? So I combed out my hair last night and put a little coconut oil in it. That's the trick. That happens like once a month, maybe. Cody asks, better course, UTMB or Hard Rock? Oh man, that's such a tough one. I mean, it's really hard to beat Hard Rock. It's just so spectacular. But there's also something unbelievably amazing about UTMB. And so I don't know. Ugh, it's such a tough one, really. Ray K is dropping in on Facebook. He says Zach did a 16-hour 200K a few years ago with a slight muscle strain, looks like. He stopped with a slight muscle strain to fight another day. None of this is uncharted yet. So that's very true. I guess Zach,
no, I wasn't. I'm sorry. I was thinking that was in response to what I said. It wasn't that he's in uncharted territory yet. I'm just saying that the whole 24-hour thing, when it gets to those last few hours. So, sorry.
I've got a question in the chat. Brian Baker, who is your GOAT of ultra running? I don't know if that's just in general for everyone listening. If so, feel free to chime in. Man, the GOAT of ultra running. That's Giannis is up there for sure for me. Giannis, Killian, probably on the track side, and Trayson for the women. Courtney, I think Courtney's got to be up there. Christina Chili Jambi asks, would you do Hong Kong 4 Trails Ultra Challenge? I would love to do that. That looks awesome. Run the Hong Kong 100K twice. Would be so fun to do the 4 Trails Challenge. I definitely know about it. Okay, so a couple Ann Trayson for the GOAT of ultra running. Ray K says Park Barner, GOAT of ultra running. Okay, Ryan Clifford, I might have just missed it, but he has cleared 100K. So our race leader is now past 100K. I was going to look up his time. 250 laps in 7:33:42 for 100K. Someone gave a shout out to Gary Robbins for a GOAT. Simon Holvik, how's it going? He had planned to be here, but instead he was out at the Phantasm 24 in Norway. Man, that was brutal. Thank you for checking in. Hopefully we will see you here, Simon, in sunny Arizona next year for Desert Solstice. Again, if you're checking in, we're coming at you live from Phoenix, Arizona for the 2020 Desert Solstice. This is our annual 24-hour invitational. And in order to hold this event, we had to comply with a lot of local restrictions. So we can't have, we have only up to 50 people that are on site in the whole entire track area. So that includes all of our athletes, any crew members, all staff, volunteers, photographers, media, timers, everything. As you can see, some of the runners are splashing water on their heads to cool off. It's currently local time and it's in the mid to upper 60s, but with that exposed sun, it can definitely feel warm. The sun will be going down within the next 2 hours. It'll probably even be a lot less intense in an hour, which should give everyone a nice boost. The lights will come on and we'll head into the night.
The intensity has actually already subsided a little bit from the peak of the day. So it's getting to be real nice right now. Real nice.
The athletes, just continuing on the talk about our restrictions on how we were able to hold this event. For USATF purposes, our athletes had to take 2 COVID tests, 1 PCR, and the other one could be a PCR or antigen test. So they all had to test negative twice this week, and then anyone else on site, including volunteers, staff, and crew, all had to take a PCR test and test negative as well. And as Bill Schultz pointed out, it's almost about that time. At 8 hours into the event, we'll have a turnaround. So it's the second turnaround of the event. And that will be one of the most exciting things that happens in the next couple of hours, for sure. We're always looking forward to that. We'll have quite a few more changes throughout the rest of this event. Direction changes, that is. What is the altitude of the track? Here in Phoenix, it's probably around 1,100 feet above sea level, so not very much at all. Maybe 300 or so meters, 300 meters. All right, we got a lot of people. We're talking about the GOAT of Ultras. People are sharing in the chat here on YouTube and Facebook their picks. So we've got some votes for Scott Jurek, votes for Casey Lichtai, Gary Robbins, John Kelly, Jared Campbell. A lot of Barkley fans in the room, sounds like. Pretty cool to see.
So if you had to pick one, Jamil, if you had to pick only one, who are you going with?
I mean, currently I'd pick Courtney probably.
Okay, I can appreciate that.
Just,
I think I would go with Ann Trayson simply because 14 Western states and all the other stuff that still stands that she's done.
It's legit.
I mean, you know, some people might look at her raw times and be like, well, the runners now, but, you know, keep in mind that, you know, you take somebody like her and give her today's modern technology when she was, you know, racing 25, 30 years ago, and think about what she could do with that.
For sure. We got Darcy in the chat, Darcy Klaus. Wish you were here as well. Missing you out here. Andy Carr votes for Ann Trayson. Trying to keep things lively out here. I'm hitting a personal lull, that's for sure. We got Chris Warden out on the track, giving us some insights and walking around some of the different views of what it might be like. It's what some different crew stations look like. Of course, that nice, fresh new turf that they put in at Central looks really nice. Cody is asking for more Aravaipa races in Colorado. All right. Yeah, I think I would definitely like to put some more events on in some states outside of Arizona for sure. Colorado, we love Colorado. We love Utah. Who is the most fun ultra runner you've ever shared the trails with, Jamil? Oh, that's a tough question. I have a lot of fun with Ricky Gates. I would say he might be possibly the most fun. Just some of the crazy adventures. It's always an adventure with Ricky Gates. It's always going to be an unexpected experience. So I've had quite a few good times with that guy. Ross asks, are all these guys and gals targeting the full 24 hours? It's a little bit tough to say. I think that some are likely targeting 100 miles, but well, I think someone said Olivier might be just going for 100. He's already secured his spot on the 24-hour team, so I think he might just be going for 100. But I think a lot of the guys are shooting for 24. A lot of them want to qualify for the team. All the women, besides Marissa, are all vying for spots on the team. So there's currently a couple up for grabs. Ultrarunning history. Fueling during 24-hour runs 50 years ago included tea mixture with glucose, honey, candy bars, sandwiches, biscuits, orange juice and glucose, apricot nectar, tiger's milk, a form of energy bar. Oh, I've had tiger's milk, and I had those during my Arizona trail hike in 2008, and I cannot eat any more of those bars. I am completely burnt out. All right, we got a question here. Thoughts on the Hard Rock lineup announced tonight? I wonder if I Run Far, did they publish an article? They usually do. I saw that both of them got in. I bet they have already. I haven't even seen what the total list is. There we go. Yep, I'll pull that up. I'll talk about that here in a little bit. Jason, what's your favorite race to direct? Jamel, I've done Javelina 3 times. Can't wait to come back. Oh man, I get such a reward out of doing all these. We're looking at some of the aid station goodies over here. We got hammer, goo, what else? Gatorade, all kinds of different nutrition products, protein powders. You could see the aid station workers all masked up in there. We also do special requests for this event. So athletes can request from us. We'll pretty much literally get you anything you want for this event. We pull out all the stops, and we really want this to be a positive experience for you. As far as my favorite race to direct, I love Black Canyon. I love Whiskey Basin. Tushers is another great one. They're all challenging though. When is Mountain Outpost returning? I'm just going to say next week. It does look fairly conservative pacing being adopted. Then again, I grew up watching my dad blast out. He once set the world 50-mile record at his 100-mile record. Hey, Ross Woodward, Calvin Woodward's son looks like is in the chat room. That's awesome. Welcome. Ultrarunning history says 90 years ago, 24-hour world record holder Arthur Newton fueled mostly on cups of tea. Yep, and he would have a magic drink of lemonade, sugar, and salt. Sounds like something that we might do today. Oh, greetings from Annecy, home base of Solomon in the French Alps. Hello, welcome to the chat. Calvin Woodward, sorry, I apologize. Not Calvin, Calvin Woodward. I need to brush up on my ultrarunning history, sounds like. Thank you, Ross. Sorry about that.
Now the sun has reached the point in the horizon where about nearly a quarter of the course is actually covered in shade as they come through the aid chute. And as I mentioned, the high intensity sun is kind of left us. Obviously, you can still see it in the background, but it's not nearly what it was. And then another probably hour and a half, actually, maybe less than that, it'll actually be behind the bleachers. It gets dark so early here in Phoenix.
We had a question in the chat. Are they going to turn on the stadium lights for the runners? Absolutely. That's one of the beautiful things about running on the track, and especially one here. I saw for the one that Killian was doing in Norway, they had to bring a huge crane truck in with these giant lights. But fortunately, here at Central, they have lights already installed. So it's just flipping on a light switch and they'll be on the entire night. It really helps at like 2, 3, 4 in the morning to have those huge lights. And we usually set up each end of the track sometimes gets a little bit dark, but we typically set up an additional light so it's very, very bright around the whole thing. Let's see, got more questions. Hello from Canada. Off topic, do you think Laz will get Courtney to run Barkley? I mean, I know Courtney wants to. I think she just has to fit it into her schedule. So who knows when that will be? I'm not sure. So do we know if Ryan Clifford is planning on 12 hours or 100 miles, or is he trying to go the full 24? I'm not sure if anyone in this chat knows what his plans are, but I'm assuming 24 hours, but I could be wrong. Oh, we got confirmation from Cheryl Clifford and from Cody Ower that Ryan Clifford is going for the full 24.
That's one of the best things about this event also is the fact that we can crowdsource those questions because we know that the normal friends and family and crew people for a lot of these competitors are tuning in and watching with anticipation and excitement. It's a fantastic aspect of this. I mean, it would be nice if people were here. Obviously, with circumstances we can't, but it's great that people are joining us on the live stream.
All right, we got a shout out to Mike Melton on his live stream. Also, Ultrarunning history reminds us, here comes the turnaround incoming. This is going to be fun. When does Camille come on for commentary? Well, she was here for about 2 hours, so she just went to go nap and sleep, and she said she might come back on at maybe 3 in the morning and jump back in. We did have a couple questions for me about the Black Canyon 100K, if there's any news on it happening. And my answer is, oh, yes, we believe it will happen. We are waiting to hear back on recommendations from the BLM on capacity numbers and on our operating plan. We do have several approvals already from other land agencies on the course. Ross asks, any insight from predominant trail runners in the psychological differences with track and road ultras? That's a good question. I don't know if I have anything specific to add on that right now.
Here we go. We're on turnaround time.
All right, we'll tune in for this.
First one to hit the turn is Harvey Lewis.
All right,
Bob,
here we go. Here's
Bob
the
with the
turnaround.
stutter step.
Turnaround number 2, 8 hours in to the 2020 Desert Solstice. Ryan Clifford, your men's leader right now, 65.37 miles. He is 2 miles ahead of the blog. Marissa Lizak with a commanding lead of 57.66 miles. And she is mixing it up 6th overall right now and a full 7 miles ahead of the next place woman. The rest of the women in the field are in a tight pack between 50.5 and 48.7 miles. Oh, we got information from Lauren Sens. Sarah Moore's crew back home took a shot at her 50-mile mark, which was just right now. What did they shoot? Pierre Collins, will you be doing a live stream at 2020 Aravaipa Trail Race?
Thank you.
Interesting. What do you think, Pierre? Should we do more of these? Oh, there goes Zach. All right. Sarah. Oh, wow, backward.
Jordan Camastro showing off a little bit of flair there.
Nice. Fireball and tequila for Sarah Moore's crew. Fleet Feet is asking, what is the 24-hour record? So for the men, it is 188 miles or 303 kilometers. The women, 167 miles.
Okay, that's it. That's a good choice.
Next turnaround is in 4 hours.
Yeah, come back in 4 hours for another exciting edition of Desert Solstice Turnaround Time.
I got to be honest. I mean, if we're gonna break this down, I think that Jordan kind of owned that one. He was kind of backward shuffle stepping it in. You know, if we're keeping track, I would say that he won that one.
.3 kilometers, 188.7 miles. And I'm sure that in our chat room, someone will pop in with the average pace per mile. I believe it is 7:30 approximately. The Real, thank you for the live transmission. This is great quality production. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. We're having a lot of fun out here. Ultrarunning history, the longest distance recorded for walking backwards in 24 hours is 95.4 miles. That is quite the feat right there. Nathan Enns confirms 7:38 per mile for the world record. Scott Carnahan says, interesting to see Ryan Clifford walk the last 2 laps. He had a water bottle in one and food with him on the second. Good eye. Yeah,
he's going to be getting some rock chain this time around. I did hear that from aid station setup. He is walking it back around, but not sure if there's any issues there. But when he did reach the turnaround point, he didn't seem to be out of sorts or anything. He just seemed to be taking a break. So we'll see if that's the case or if there's something that we need to keep tabs on. But I'll let you know what I find out.
Cool. All right, we have more and more runners closing in on the 100K mark. Looks like Ryan Montgomery and Zach Bitter are next and closing in quick. And back here in the sleepy studio, we are just hanging out. So yeah, it does look like Ryan has taken a couple slow laps. Ryan Clifford, our race leader. We'll see if that is planned or unplanned here in a little bit.
I could see him across the course, and he's still walking at this point. He did pick up the nutrition that he and the aide were talking about.
So yeah, looks like Ryan Clifford, after clicking off just endless numbers of like low 150 laps, the last 3 laps have been about 3 minutes and 25 seconds on average, which probably means he's walking a certain section or a decent bit of each lap. We'll see what that means.
To cut it off in advance, I know that there are going to be some eagle-eyed audience members that might have noticed that Harvey's last split was a little bit long. He was actually changing his shorts. So nothing to be alarmed about, just making a wardrobe change. So
All right, we got a check in from Cody, who has a direct contact with Ryan Clifford's crew. He says he's doing fine, no serious issues. We were talking about him taking a few laps slower. It sounds like he's just taking it easy. Nothing really wrong. So thank you for that update. And like they were saying, he is going for full 24. So he's now done 4 laps in that 30 range.
McHugh has taken a break. I don't know. He came in to consult with his crew. Not sure if there's any sort of issue. It doesn't look like he's tending to anything necessarily. I think he's just kind of just stopping to take a break here. It doesn't look like there's anything in particular that they're working on in his tent.
Want to get them in the sun because
Finally heard you're talking about taking a nap, right? Just the one. Thanks.
All right. Thank you guys all for tuning in. We are 8 hours, 20 minutes into the 2020 Desert Solstice. And from the looks on the track and the long shadows, it means that we are heading into the late afternoon portion of the run. It's 4:20 p.m. right now. In another hour, we'll be seeing hopefully some amazing colors, sunset coming in. And then the track lights will come on and we'll head into the night where we'll have a flurry of all sorts of exciting things happening. Of course, right now our runners are about 2/3 of the way to 100 miles. They started at 8 o'clock this morning. Matt Anderson just made a good point. Nick Curry still is 2:03 to 2:12 for every single lap of the whole race. 0 breaks, taking metronome to the extreme. That is true. That is what Nick is good at. He's never trained as well as he has for this race. So I'm really excited to see what he can do out there. Thomas Bowling congratulating me on the Hard Rock Lottery. Thank you so much. Excited to head back for my 5th Hard Rock after surviving the bonus lottery. I was in the last 2 years, and then we had to go through the lottery again, but I made it through unscathed. So I'm excited to get back out there. Andy Carr keeps pointing out that the U.S. 24-hour track record is 165.27. The road record or overall record is 172, held by Mike Morton. So thank you for clarifying that. If you guys want to check out our full results, you can go to aravaipa.com/solstice live. There's a link at the top that will have the detailed splits for everyone. And we appreciate our man on the track, Chris Morton, providing that moving angle for us, which really adds a lot. Actually, I need to get that angle back on this view. Excuse me 1 second.
And Jamil, I just spoke with Dan McHugh, and it's not looking good for him. He had a lower leg or an ankle situation that started to flare up at mile 50, and as he's at mile 54, it hit him quickly, and he's not sure if he's going to be making a return to the track. He didn't seem optimistic about it, and obviously at this point in the race, with it still being so early in the day, it might be best for him to, in his mind, to come back and give it another shot another time. But I just wanted to give you a heads up on his situation, as he had decided to step away from the track for a little while.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Yeah, it looks like his last lap was a 7:24. So we try and keep an eye on people where they're at. Ryan Clifford, still in the 3-minute range.
Yeah, he's still walking. I mean, he's still moving constantly. He hasn't
5:50 lap. I mean, I don't want to over speculate on what's going on with him, but
For
if
sure.
you're pumping out 150s and then all of a sudden you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 laps, basically walking laps, and then a 5:49 with like maybe a longer break in there, you wonder if something's up, or if he's just gonna take a break until it cools down and then get back going again. So we've seen Camille do that as well, though, out here, even at 24 hours. She like full on stopped and had to walk and drink a beer, something like that, and then got back out there. So we'll keep an eye on it for sure. I am going to take a look at Nick's splits. Just all like 207, 208, 210. It's amazingly consistent. Like nothing under 3. He's actually cranking it down right now. His fastest laps are happening right now. And there's Jordan Canastro taking in a
lot better.
best dad.
Thank you. Jordan actually brought his own Keurig.
All right.
To make his own coffee. As Aaron Dial is crewing him and needed to find a plug, so I unplugged my laptop so she could get him some coffee, and in exchange she offered me a fresh hot cup whenever I'm ready for it. So I definitely like the way that things are working out here so far today.
Very nice. it looks like Olivier LeBlanc has matched Ryan Clifford at this point and is going to be taking the lead. Hey, Robert, if you're watching on a phone, if you go up the quality of the production on YouTube, like the little gear icon, and pump up the quality, it probably auto goes to like 360 or 480p. It should increase the resolution quite significantly. It's actually quite, if you can get it in HD, it should look really, really good. And you should have no issues even on a phone. But let me know.
Somebody asked how many miles I've done. Or is that Chris Pope?
I answered it. It's like 53.
I was gonna say I've done about 4.5.
Oh, he did mean cameraman Chris. So they are asking about how many miles you've done, Chris.
Yeah, I didn't turn on my Chorus until about 45 minutes to an hour in, but since then I've done about 4 miles. I probably did a mile or so in that first hour trying to catch some people full stride early on. So I know that I had 5,000 steps in before I turned it on to track. So
Let's see. Bibhash Dash. Curious, what's the strangest food request a runner has made at one of these events? I mean, it's Ultrarunning, so everything's kind of strange, but still. That's a great question. Man, I'm trying to remember. My brain is fried right now, but I know at Desert Solstice we've had some of the things that we've had to get for people. I think a certain brand of soy milk was one of the requests that we had one year, or soy, yeah, something like that.
2 years ago, I was given a personal request by a runner, Del Salt, Canadian runner and former Aravaipa racing team member. Being a UK native, she was talking about how she had a craving during races for a particular snack cake that was only available in the UK, at least with her understanding. I found a store in North Phoenix that carried these snack cakes, and I showed up with them.
Nice. You're probably her hero.
Yeah.
So I just updated the weather on the screen because I have to kind of manually refresh it, and it looks like we peaked out in temperature. So it was 66 earlier and 19, and now it's 65 and 18. So the heat of the day, we've made it through at this point, and the runners, I mean, this might be one of our best weather years ever, I would say. Not too cold, not too hot, just kind of perfect. And this could be a really, really good thing here. Davy Crockett says 200 years ago, a crew provided opium in a 24-hour race. How's that for a weird one? Jaffa Cakes. There you go. I might have missed it, but no Jim Walmsley. I'd heard he's a contender for the 100. No, he's yet to enter his name in the hat for Desert Solstice. We are just sitting here waiting for him to apply, along with a list of others There goes Bob Hearn with his walking minute. Again, I really appreciate all of you tuning in today. I think we still have 400 in our YouTube chat room, possibly.
Yeah, from the looks of things, Dan McHugh is indeed calling it a day. He's thrown a jacket on, and
Gotcha.
it looks
Thanks
like
for that
he's.
update.
Yep.
We had a question in the chat. Why did COVID affect the prize money? So this event has always been self-funded by our company. So we come out, we never even, I don't think we ever break even really on this event between all of the expenses and costs of the venue. The venue fee is actually rising now for us. All of the labor, setting up all the equipment, the tents, everything that goes into it, potential costs for world record stuff as well, just general costs. So for us, having the prize money just wasn't feasible this year. We don't have an outside sponsor for this event. So for us, just as a company to get through this year, we're unable to provide that. Thanks for the question, though. Always love to be transparent. I think there were some more good questions that I missed. Let me see. Oh, Austin Meyer, how are you liking the new studio setup, Jam? Really digging it. Yeah, it's awesome. I've got a lot of screens in front of me, so I'm getting like, if you like screen time, I'm maximizing the screen time right now. This is screen time heaven that I'm in. I kind of wish I was outside right now. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we kind of do consider this, like, we like this as a give back race. We absolutely wish we could do more prize money, but I think that would, in a normal year, if we have a bumper amount, we can do that, but just not feasible this year. We've had to cut back, cancel, postpone a lot of events in 2020. Brian Baker is asking about Ryan Clifford. So we don't know much other than he, I guess, was just going to chill out a little bit and walk some laps. They said nothing was really wrong, but he's got now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 laps in like the 330 or above range. So yeah, not sure. I don't know if it's just the quick early pace got to him, but seems like it's something more than just a little bit of a break or a slowdown. You wouldn't think it would be that drastic of a slowdown. So we're just kind of awaiting news. I don't know if our reporter on the scene, Chris, knows anything. Some of the folks on the Mary Vertmus leaderboard are insane. Yes, absolutely correct. Lisa Moore is crushing it on the treadmill. I am surprised, but not surprised. I'll say that much. It looks like we have about 450 concurrent viewers between all of our platforms. So thank you all for being here today. We're just giving you a nice picture of some fake green grass and blue skies and red track. Hopefully you're enjoying that. It really is beautiful out there in Phoenix right now. Rogue Nighthawk, how do you really train for events like this? There's a lot of information out there, actually. I mean, you can see how some of these elites prepared. Zach Bitter on his Instagram was sharing almost daily training updates. You can also look at Strava to see what a lot of people are doing. My brother, Nick Curry, you can see he had an incredible buildup, 4 months, I think, without a day off, 120 mile weeks. Camille Heron was talking about her buildup. She likes to do about 1,000 miles in the 8 weeks leading up to a big race, something like this. Marissa is coming up on 100K, all laps between 155 and 212. Davey Crockett's on the treadmill now. All right, glad to see you getting some running in. What is the expected overnight lows? It looks like in the mid 40s Fahrenheit, so maybe 45 Fahrenheit for the low. What about tapering days off before the race? Yeah, I think smart to taper down for sure. I know my brother, I haven't seen what his taper was, but I know he did taper down, and I think he did take at least 1 day off this week.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
We got a lot of statisticians, I feel like, in the comment section here. We got, in the last 60 minutes, Olivier, 8.2 miles, Ryan Montgomery, 7.46 miles, Jake Jackson, 7.2 miles, Bitter, Trayer, Lizak, and Curry, just under 7, and Clifford, 5.7. So kind of shows you what's happening out there. Some shakeups are definitely in the works. Where's Jubes? She is, I think, taking the weekend off, which is great to see. Are any of these guys or gals running with music? I know there is music on, just in general, on the track.
I know Zach's got headphones.
Zach's got some headphones, sounds like. So some
Yeah.
people have their own, some are just enjoying the music that's out on the track.
Do a headphone check here as they come by.
Headphone check.
Olivier has headphones in. Harvey, no. Justin, no. Ashley has headphones. I think Harvey had them in earlier, but pretty sure Jake has them. Yeah, Jake does. None for Nick Curry. Scott Trayer, yes, headphones. Ryan Clifford, yes. Jeff Urbanski, no. Ryan Montgomery, no. Marissa Lizak, yes.
Oh, we have another request to ID runners. Is that what you've been doing?
Oh no, I was just doing a headphone check. But I can ID runners for sure.
Who will be the first to knock over a cone? It's definitely already happened today, at least once. I've seen a couple cones down.
I did it.
Oh, Chris, hey, come on now. You're gonna get booted. Another cone gate.
Okay, if we're asking for runner IDs, I'll give them as they come by. Right here, Zach Bitter, Loretta Tobolsky Horn, Olivier LeBlanc, our current leader, Chris Pope, Joe Schmall, Bob Hearn, Sarah Moore, Whitney Richmond, coming up is Harvey Lewis, Jordan Camastro, Jake Jackson, Nick Curry, and Scott Trayer. I think we got everybody. Olivier is the current leader. Zach is in fourth. Hey, BJ.
Chris, how are you?
I'm good.
Good job, Loretta.
So we got a couple questions in the chat. They're probably more up Jamil's alley. Looks like he's stepping away for a moment. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, something, something. Have any runners thrown up yet? I have not seen it. I can't say that it hasn't happened. I do believe that Kevin Lashley was not feeling well. I don't know if that resulted in some kind of reversal of fortune along the way. Let's hope not. Let's hope that his stomach held strong. So right now, at this point, we've still got 19 active runners. Chad Trammell had to call it a day due to some neuroma issues that had been bothering him for some time that he thought was over. He was over, but flared up around mile 25 or so, I believe, and then he decided to call them a day at about 35 miles. Kevin Lashley had some stomach issues and called it a day just after the 50K mark, about 32 and a half miles. And the latest runner to call it is Dan McHugh, who had some issues with his ankle that had flared up at about mile 50. And at that point, he decided to call it a day as well. Looks like Patty Curry is tuned in, even after working a full day out here. Kevin thought he ate something yesterday that didn't agree with his stomach. It was not the race day that he didn't continue, except that his stomach was bothering him since yesterday. Thank you for clarifying, Patty.
Like, there's a pedal at the top, like if you're F22 right now, you'll need to be like cranked down, so it's like F4 or even as low as possible. It just depends on the light. So I might just text you, or maybe Howie can help, but if you can't figure it out. Thanks. Okay, thank you. Bye.
A car 6453 XC chiming in. Bob Hearn is 2 miles from 100K. He will just miss the U.S. men's 55-59 record, unfortunately, of 9:01:41, but it will be close. Thanks for the heads up on that, A-Car. I know that Bob had messaged me regarding his goals, and if any of you know Bob, he is very thorough. I don't remember exactly what his goals are. I'll see if I can pull them up here while still filming.
I had a question. If a runner crosses over the inner line by mistake, are they disqualified? If they step once, no, but if it's I think multiple times and it's a problem, then yes. But that's why we do have those cones around the curve. So as long as we see most of the cones standing or all the cones standing, we should be good. As you can see, it's getting darker and darker on the track here.
And then I see the one that's, I think the one that's one, so you can switch down by 2 seconds.
All right, Olivier Leblanc just passed over 70 miles now. He's got a 2-mile lead over Ryan Clifford. Question about runner capacity. We've always limited this event to no more than 30 athletes that gain entry, and typically that produces around 25 that start the race. And that's really all we want to put on the track. I know there are events that have what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So we just have about 25 to 30. That's the most. As far as how many could fit, I know there are some 24-hour races that will have up to even 100 runners on the track at once. And I think you can still probably have some good performances there. We're just, we don't want to make that sort of a sacrifice for this event. So Ryan Clifford, just an update. He's still yet to start running again, really. So at some point, maybe we'll get an update as to what's going on with him. Ryan Montgomery. Looks like he is continuing to move well. Nick Curry just hit 100K. Is there a race director association one could get involved with if they want to learn how to do this for the first time, put on a race? There is, I mean, there's probably a couple different groups you could get involved with. If you're wanting to do trail races, there is the ATRA, the American Trail Running Association. That'd be a good spot to start. Was kind of a loose race directors alliance in terms of putting together some plans for COVID. There's probably some other resources online in terms of, but yeah, there's not specifically an association, at least here in the US anyways. Jamil, what are your plans for Christmas? Not a lot really. Just, yes, no plans really at this point. Just probably some very small family stuff. Oh, I need to refresh the weather. Someone reminded me. Yeah, we're still showing 64 and 18. Should be seeing the track lights come on pretty soon. A little update from Cody here. Ryan Clifford is working through some quad cramping, but recently pulled off for the massage gun and salt tablets, which helped, working his way back into it now. We'll keep an eye out. It looks like, yeah, I see some runners are layering up now, putting on some warmer stuff. And yep, that's the end of the quote unquote heat of the day as we prep for the night here. So Davy Crockett's got some info on some live entertainment. A live elephant was brought in to provide entertainment at one of these types of events. Question about Barkley 2021. Will it happen? If so, are you going to be there? I believe it will happen and I will be there. When training for an ultra, say 50 miles, is it fair to count walking miles in training? I definitely do. I think most people would. Daniel, especially if you're training for an ultra that is in the mountains, you're going to be hiking and walking, that's for sure. Daniel Lockyer, what are the typical nighttime temperatures there? We're looking at about probably in the mid 40s tonight out here. All right, looks like Ryan Montgomery is closing the gap on Ryan Clifford right now. He is just a couple laps behind. Zach Bitter and Scott Traer continuing to move up. Marissa Lysak is staying strong. And most of the runners now that are still in it are above 50 miles and closing in on 100K. Our next big milestone will be our first runner to reach 100 miles. There's Olivier on the screen there. What do you think of Zwift running with virtual running? Will with virtual running races ever take off like cycling? I tried to get on Zwift and it never worked for me, so guess I'm still ignorant to that. Bibash Dash, do you think the recent event in Norway, the one with Killian, was wise to be held in such cold temperatures? Literally snow on the track. I don't know. I mean, I don't have a lot of experience running in those types of temperatures, but I can imagine it would be pretty brutal. Those guys looked really bundled up and like they had to work really hard just to keep their core body temperature warm. So I would imagine for top performances, probably not ideal running conditions compared to like something like we're seeing today would be a lot more ideal. Adam Priest, Jamil, what's the origin story with you and Nick in regards to both being prolific ultra runners? Is it a family sport? It's kind of become that. We both ran in high school. Me and my two younger brothers, Nick is flying right now. Jeez. We all ran our first ultra together in 2005. So they were still in high school. I was in college, and yeah, we both took a liking to it. We grew up in Boy Scouts, so hiking and backpacking, camping. And once we found out about trail running and ultra running, it kind of made a lot of sense. We were already camping and backpacking and hiking. Couple that with our high school running, and it was like, oh, we just get to go explore these awesome places. So from there, we kind of, we both wanted to run hard rock. So we ran our first 100 miler at Angeles Crest and never stopped. I missed it. Anyone said it, but Clifford is cramping according to his aide. Yeah, there was some quad cramping going on. So I think he was trying to work through that issue. So it looks like Olivier is the only one running sub 2-minute laps right now. We had a question at Nardini Manor. Yeah, that's where I ran my first ultra, was at Nardini Manor. Sunset 5:22 p.m. Well, that would be in about 14 minutes. We'll see the stadium lights come on here pretty soon. All right, looks like they're brightening up my cameras. Thank you very much. What's your resting heart rate after all those Red Bulls? Let's take a look. 2 Red Bulls, 2 coffees. $62 beats per minute. Is that reasonable? Maybe I'm way too accustomed. Marissa is moving very, very well. Camille's got some tips on the cramps here. I troubleshoot cramps with Hot Shot, half no dose caffeine. Also do hard sprints throughout the race. Any sort of weird muscle cramping, chest pain could be an electrolyte imbalance. Huh, interesting. Tom Abbott says, seems good to me. I'm on 62 and I've had 0 caffeine in about 8 hours. Maybe I'm a little bit too used to the caffeine and it's super. Oh, now it's 78. Now it's 80. Now 81. But I'm also talking a lot more. So it got me excited with the tips. I just heard no-dose pills and I was like, what? No-dose pills? When my quad was cramping, I was using straight magnesium gel on it. Hey, Jacob Moss. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Bob Hearn, Master Walker there. All right, we're now comparing our heart rates in the chat room on different types of products. So what's your heart rate resting? What's your heart rate on caffeine? And what's your heart rate after a beer? These are the important conversations we're having here. Looks like Nick Curry is moving well. Jake Jackson's moving well. Olivier is moving really well. Oh man, we're all tracking our heart rates now. What other stats can we? I am in a stressed state, everyone, okay? A lot of 208 laps going on right now. Jake, Nick, Jordan, and Harvey all 208. Thought of the day right there. Andy Carr says Bob missed the US 100K record for his age group by 5:39. All right. Andy Carr says, so close. Let's go get those 12-hour records. Heather LeConte asks, what's Jake's prediction on this one? He's king of 24 hours, especially in 2020. Man, I really, I think he could do anything. I mean, he could PR. Yeah, he hasn't really had a chance to show what he's got. Yeah, Heather was talking about the last person standing Lone Mountain, which Jake jumped into in July on the treadmill because Jake was he was killing it, and he did 100 and what was that, like 140 something close to that. So yeah, he's I'm sure he's ready to crank. John says, Missy told me Jake's goal, but I'm sworn to secrecy. How many chicken McNuggets would it take, John? We got a hello from Edmonton, Canada. Thanks for putting this on for us to watch. You bet. As you can see in our wide shot here, the track lights are now on and the sun has officially set. So we're heading into the dark now. So we got some people talking about potentially Olivier being on pace to do 189 miles if he, I guess, didn't slow down. But you got to look at Giannis's splits. So Todd Rogazinski, shows that Olivier's marathon was 3:17 versus Giannis's 2:59, and then 7:51 versus Giannis's 7:15 100K, and then Giannis Kuros hit 100 miles in 11:57. So we'll see. Olivier is currently at 75 miles, so he is 3/4 of the way to 100 already. Someone asked if is Zach Bitter still running. Yes, he is. He's in 4th place with 69.6 miles. His last lap was 2 minutes 12 seconds. Whitney. All right, how are we doing, everyone? 9.5 hours in. Just barely scratching the surface of this one right now. Hearn turned 55, so what records is he going after? That's Andy Noyes is asking that. I would assume that'd be 55 to 59. There's a question in the chat. What is Nick's slowest lap so far? Great question. Let's see if someone can beat me to the answer. If you guys do want, there is on the tracking page, if you go to live results page at the top, aravaiparunning.com/solstice live. If you back out, you can go to distance records tracking, and there's a whole chart of whether people are going to hit records or not. And so like Jacob Jackson looks like, potentially tracking over the his age group record. Nick Curry tracking for 167. It's pretty interesting. Could be something interesting to look at for sure. Let's see what else there is over here to look at. So Nick's slowest lap is 2:02. His slowest lap is 2:12. His fastest lap is 2:02. Yeah, he has wow, that's pretty amazing. Since this started at 8 in the morning, he has not done a lap longer than 2:12. Whereas the Chad Trammell's the only other one. He was at 2:38, but he's out now, I guess. So that's pretty incredible. Bob Hearn, his slowest lap is 2:45, and that includes his walking break. Ryan Montgomery, his slowest lap is 2:35, and Olivier is 2:44. Nick has the tightest. His average is 2:08, and then his low is 2:02, his high 2:12. So 10 seconds separates his slowest from his fastest lap. It's pretty interesting. As you can see, we are losing daylight quickly on the track, and won't be long now before it's completely dark. Link for records. So if you go to the link at the top, aravaiparunning.com/solstice live, and then that brings you to the overall results. If you click the back button, and then you go to distance records tracking, it will be right there. Ron Duncan making a bold claim that Nick's going to finish in a fury and win. All right. Don't you think it's a bit early to be calling that? But we'll take it. We'll put your wager down. Put your bet down. That was a long yawn. I watched myself on the delay. I might have to go down to the track at some point. This is getting exciting, man. So you're asking me, yeah, I could post the record link. Hold on one second. All right. For those of you asking for the records tracker link, it's now at the top of the page. So if you go to aravaiparunning.com/solstice records, that will take you to it. Enjoy. Nicole Ostrom, what's happening? Welcome to the chat room. Jamil, what's for dinner? Not a whole lot right now. I had a burrito earlier. Oh, what's for dinner at the aid station? Wow. Yeah. Well, if there was an aid station here, I would certainly be digging into it, but unfortunately, there's not. So we'll see what happens. Andy Noyes is asking if Bert Kreischer will be joining the webcast later, just like he did for Zach's 100-mile treadmill. Bert, if you're out there, reach out to me. We'd love to have you on. We've got plenty of time to chit chat here about the race and how it's unfolding. Margaret is jumping in, talking about what is available at the aid station, it sounds like. Quesadillas, grilled cheese, sloppy joes, chickpea salad, and of course, pizza. Plenty of food to keep these runners fueled up. Yeah, that's true. Maggie, Nicole, Courtney, Sally, and Bert were great. That was a hilarious combo. I'm much less entertaining, that's for sure. All right, I'm taking a look at our recent lap times, and looks like still a lot in the low twos, but only one runner is consistently below 2. Nick Curry is still in that sweet spot between 202 and 212. Bob Hearn's right in there as well. Bob Hearn's probably matching Nick Curry if it wasn't for his walking breaks. That's the difference right there. There's a question about Jordan Camastro. He is hanging right in with Nick and Bob, which is a great place to be. Those guys are really smart at pacing. Hey, good point. Ryan Clifford rolling again. That's true. He's back low 2 minutes. Let's see what he's been doing lately. So it looks like he might have solved his cramping issue. He had a 244 lap, then 221, 211, 206, and 203. Hey, Pat Reagan in the chat. How's it going, Pat? He says, let's go Jake and Witt. Everyone's looking good out there. Keep it rolling. Eric, appreciate the comment. Appreciate you jumping in here. Thank you very much. All right, we pretty much are into the night now. We got those track lights on, as you can see. And we'll pretty much be looking like this until about 6:30 in the morning. And it's 6 right now. So the next 12 and a half hours, these runners will be under the lights of the track. Eric says he's just getting into ultras as a fan. Oh yeah, I just read that one. Cool. Carl says, Jamil, great event. Question. I know you filmed Courtney at Biggs and the Colorado Trail. Will we ever see that footage? Yes, you will in a Solomon TV episode sometime late spring. Solomon TV channel. Margaret, can you? I'm getting an echo. It does seem to be better now. It's probably. Did you have the YouTube on? That was the delay. Okay, thank you. All right, let me get you set up here. All right, everyone, we have a special guest again. Margaret, Runner for Cake, is back. How we doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
Doing well, hanging on by a thread, a literal thread.
How many Red Bulls have you put down so far?
We're at 2 Red Bulls.
Okay.
And let me make sure everyone can hear you. Mic check.
1,
good?
2.
Oh yeah, you're good. You don't have to hold it up. 2 Red Bulls, 2 coffees.
Pretty solid. Pretty solid work.
Yeah. So how's your day been since you last checked in with us? What's the latest? Were you out there in the trenches crewing?
Yeah, so day has been good. Lost my microphone, but seemed to be doing okay without it. Did about 3.5 hours of crewing, and it's pretty intense out there, but everybody is really holding their own. One thing I'll say is that I'm not sure how Marisa looks this stunning this far into the race, but she does. She does. It's impressive. Also really impressed with the eating contest.
Tell us about that. That's just an eating contest, more so than a running contest going on out there?
Absolutely, absolutely. So at my table where Ryan has been participating in the eating challenge, he's taken down grapes, strawberries, waffles, goo, Morton, oranges. It's like you name it, he's eating it. Next to me, I saw Zach Bitter take down a double cheeseburger. Impressive.
Now, did that have buns on it, or was it like low carb, just meat and cheese?
No, it was the full thing. He got 2 of them.
Right on.
And some Coke. And so I'm really proud of what these athletes are kind of putting away, if you will.
Fantastic.
It's pretty great. And the volunteers, great. They're doing solid work.
Is your secret location close to the track? Are you able to, if there is an emergency, get down there quickly?
That's exactly right. So my secret location is, I would say, about half a mile from the track. Not going to say which direction, but I was able to quickly deliver goods to the other crew member in about 5 minutes time. So that's helpful.
That's great. So it looked like Ryan Clifford was having some issues. Were you out there when the other, because you're crewing Ryan Montgomery, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Did you see the other Ryan? It looked like he was having some trouble for quite a number of laps. Did you
Yeah,
witness
I saw him walking and I wasn't sure what was up with that. I think he was having a hard time actually getting some food in, and so his crew was trying to get him some potatoes and stuff. But I think that's kind of been tricky for him on the sidelines. What I witnessed at kind of like the aid station, you know, the behind the scenes chat.
Absolutely. Because it now seems like he's turned the tide. He had a number of 330 plus laps, and now he just cranked out a 140, which we haven't seen that fast of a lap in quite some time. Not sure the strategy on that one, but we'll see if it plays out.
Yeah, it might be those potatoes that he took in. You know, you just don't know. That could have been just the spud he needed.
Yeah, those things can be like rocket fuel for me, that's for sure. Margaret, have you ever done a 24-hour race?
No, not yet. So I'm not sure if it's something I would want to do yet.
Gotcha.
So, although I really enjoy eating, and so it's something I would think about doing.
Just for the eating aspect of it.
Mostly for the eating aspect, yeah.
Well, we got a little word from Cody, who is associated with Ryan. I don't know if he's out here crewing or if he's just watching from afar, but says Ryan's pushed through some cramping and finally got some food down and some water down, so feeling more solid. So it sounds like you were probably right on that. It was like a fueling thing.
Yeah, that's tough. I feel like ultra running is just as much kind of training the gut and learning how to pack away the food. I learned that the hard way in terms of doing the Trans Rockies run, and you've always got to be eating for the next day. It's pretty intense.
Some more insight here from Patty, who's out at the aid station. Ryan Clifford was relying a lot on gels and not real food, so we worked to get the potatoes in him. That's what I'm talking about. I was talking about that earlier. As far as fueling strategies, so not just the sweet stuff, but also mixing in. I love mixing in real foods, especially if you're going for the full 24. Super important, I think.
Yeah,
Potatoes,
those potatoes.
Yeah.
That's how the Irish actually survived the famine. Potatoes. I don't need to say much more than that.
That's all we need right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there he goes. He's charging around the track now, 141. So he hasn't lost too much ground. Looks like he could still be in it and catch back up. So, so Ryan, what's your association with Ryan? Did I see he's like on a coaching crew with you?
Correct. Yeah. So Ryan is a coach with me for mountain endurance coaching. And so I got to meet him through that. And I'm pretty certain that he really likes my dance moves. And that's why he thought I would make a good crew member.
Did you take a look at the dance moves going on around the turnaround?
Yeah, they were amazing. They were amazing. I was trying to like not do too much dancing myself as he was approaching, just because that's wasted energy. So that's more of that lag time that we were talking about earlier this morning.
Sorry, we got a comment in here that's like they're calling it a question the entire history of the potato famine right now. So they're fact checking what's going on. So
what did they say? Because this is what my dad told me. So you're gonna ruin one of my memories about my dad and the Irish and the potato famine. It was the blue potato. Tell me if I'm wrong.
It said the famine in Ireland was caused by a potato crop failure.
Damn it.
So, if there's a failure of the potato crop, you're not going to be able to get through it by eating the potatoes, probably.
Hold on. I'm going to do some fact checking myself.
Okay.
Blue potato, Ireland famine.
It's this becoming potato gate real quick. Last year was cone gate. Now it's potato gate. Oh no. So we got vegan ultra runners here in the chat. The potato blight says the potato crop was affected by a fungus for 4 years. So, I mean, I wouldn't be able to run ultras for sure if I didn't have potatoes.
I stand corrected.
At least you're willing to admit it. That's impressive.
Sounds like, I can't talk about this with my dad because he's no longer like on Earth, but if he were, I would be like, we got some of the facts wrong.
Just a slight difference of opinion.
Tiny bit. A detail.
A lot of people.
Oh man.
A lot of people showing a lot of potato love in the comments right now. I love to see it.
Yeah, and there's all those different kinds of potatoes. So I saw mashed potatoes. I saw like the roasted boiled potatoes. I know some people eat potatoes in pasta, which is pierogies. Then you've got French fries.
Taters.
Tater tots, one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the different kinds of potatoes, the sweet potatoes. It's pretty good.
Yes.
Not
just the raw potatoes.
Just the raw potato. If you're a raw food vegan, that might be something you actually try.
Terrible idea, I think.
Well, I'm going to let you continue on your way, but I'll probably, I'll be back later, probably in the middle of the night.
That. Right on. All right, we'll check back in. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Yeah. All right, with that, we are 10 hours in, and Olivier LeBlanc continues to lead. He's closing in on 80 miles. Our top woman is Marisa Lysak, 71.83 miles after 10 hours of running. The rest of the field is almost entirely past 100K now, at least those that are still in. We have, it looks like 4 that have stopped and are not continuing on at this point. Everyone is showing some love for the potatoes in the comments, and maybe specifically the tater tots. So sounds like we might have found the new aid station superfood. It looks like from the looks of the feed that everyone is running quite well right now. Let me refresh our weather stats real quick. Ron Duncan says, super bummed couldn't be there to watch this year. My daughter saw Camille break the world record there in 2018. Nice. John Moroshik says, I saw Ryan getting worked on with one of those hypervolt things. Seems like it's done the trick. He's still clicking off low 140 laps. Ryan Montgomery, who's in second place, 2-minute laps. Olivier, 156 laps. It's really, everyone seems to be finding their groove right now. So it's good stuff. Pretty soon, I bet a lot of them are going to start to feel the pull of that 100-mile split point, which is a pretty big milestone, of course, in the sport of ultra running. We might see some personal bests tonight. Kevin Wallace, Ryan Clifford is back and cooking. Let's go. I think that's a great point for just ultras in general. I mean, it's never over. You have highs and lows, ups and downs, and you could be having a rough moment for an hour and then you back flying a little bit later. Don't sleep on Ryan Clifford, they say. All right, all right. I mean, he's back in it, folks. What the heck is going on here? Welcome. We're 10 hours, 17 minutes into the Desert Solstice. I've converted to a stand-up desk version here. Let me get my headphones on. Chris might be, oh, Chris, you trying to talk to me? Yeah, I can hear you now. We're getting really weird audio coming from you, Chris. We're getting some bad reverb. All right, we got Ryan Clifford throwing down some laps after his little break. Chris, you trying to talk to me? Question about the volunteer shifts. What shifts do they work? They're about 8-hour shifts throughout the whole thing. 3 p.m. to midnight is the current volunteer shift, according to John. Ryan runs in negative 15-degree weather in North Dakota. Nothing will break him. We got a lot of Ryan Clifford fans in the live stream here. And then John says midnight to 9 a.m. He'll wrap things up. Jake Jackson starting to look smooth, running 202, 204. Nick is settling into a groove as well. You're starting to see, I think, that nighttime boost right now. People are kind of really hitting their stride, hitting their groove. It's awesome to see. Chris, you have some updates for us?
Nothing quite yet, but I got a little setup going, a little mini booth.
Awesome.
And I'll be able to keep everything charged, so that way I can be more active through the night.
Yeah, it would be great to get, I guess, once we hit those 100-mile splits, to get some views on that stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be able to go right alongside them.
I had to convert to a standing setup for a minute because I was just slouching away into oblivion.
I hear you. Hi, John.
John's in the chat, and now he's making his way into the stream.
That's very meta.
It looks like there's a lot of chatter about Ryan Clifford right now. They're trying to create a hashtag around him called #CliffordCrew. Sounds like maybe just
Ryan
Cliff Crew.
has come back.
Yeah, how's it
and
looking out
really
there?
Oh, he looks amazing. He's passing people left and right. I know that his splits show great, but it's just also the fact that he just looks really strong.
I was trying to get
One of the things I don't know if the audience has noticed, I try to capture it as much as possible, but Ryan Montgomery likes to dance a lot when he's running.
Oh yeah, I haven't
Every
seen that.
time he goes by the camera, he is smiling, bouncing, doing a little bit of a shimmy every so often.
Nice. Well, he was infamously has the unicorn dance or something within him. So, oh man, they're calling Ryan Clifford
Lose
the
my audio
people's
here.
champ. This is getting to be a feisty chat room right now. I think there's people. I mean, because I've got earlier we had team blue versus team gold. Are you team blue right now? Looks like Chris. Can you hear me? We're team blue. Oh yeah, that looks good. People are asking what shades are these? So these are the Gooder. I pickled these myself. Gooder is one of our sponsors of this event. They provided a pair of glasses for all of the participants and some of our volunteers. So shout out to them. So if you want to pick up these, check them out. I pickled these myself. And then I've also got a pair of these gold ones called freshly baked man buns. So we'll just put these ones up here. And we're ready to go. Okay, now I'm just checking in with the chat room. Kevin Wallace says the Ryan Clifford Coalition is nationwide from New York to North Dakota.
I swear
That's what's happening right now. The Ryan Clifford Coalition.
I thought I put it way higher, and it's just not. I don't know if that's right.
Going on Amazon right now. Love it. Pick them up. So Rob says after his Long Island FKT, Clifford ate 45 hot dogs at Coney Island. The legend of Ryan Clifford is growing. If I hit $ symbol, is that money for Aravaipa or YouTube? Oh, if you do like a super chat donation, some of that will come towards us. So you can absolutely do that. We would appreciate it for sure. Super chat. Shout out. You can also buy Gooders from your local running stores. That's a great idea, XC Dan. So if you want to support local run stores, check these out for the holidays. I think a lot of running shops do carry Gooders these days. This chat is great. I say I just Googled goat and a picture of Ryan Clifford popped up. He's cranking 146 laps right now. Really, this field is just killing it right now. I mean, so much of the field is is just in cruise control.
Yeah, basically everybody on the track right now looks like they're going to be here for a while. Obviously,
let's
things
hope
can
so.
change at the drop of a hat, but right now, pretty much everyone on the track is moving and moving well.
Michael Arnstein, can you play back the stream? Clifford went by too fast for me to see. I don't know if that's a joke, but you can. Oh, breaking news. Oh, I think we might have already known this, but John Miroshik is dropping bombs over here. He's saying that Olivier is stopping at 100 per BJ Timmener. So I think we kind of knew that. I can pop up on the screen real quick, the men's leaders. Oh, 1 second.
That would stand to reason because he's already qualified for the 24-hour team.
Yeah, I was going to try and put that on the screen. Where'd it go? Can't find it now. Got OBS problems.
I'm sorry? Yes, 82.7.
So right there, for those of you guys checking out, this is the current standings for the 2021 U.S. National Running Team. So this is what a lot of these athletes are shooting for. Olivier Leblanc, who is leading the race, as you can see, he is your automatic into the team. So he's already earned his spot. He doesn't need to run necessarily 24 hours this weekend for really any purpose. So it sounds like he's just going for maybe a 100-mile PR today, which I think he's on track for. He ran 171 miles. It's incredible. At the 24-hour World Championship in France in October of last year. Jake Jackson, who's also on the track, 165, same race. And Harvey Lewis, who's also in this race as well, stacked field. They all are on the top of the list for the 24-hour team. They, of course, Jake and Harvey, I'm sure, are trying to potentially increase their mileage to hold off this slew of contenders that we have. I mean, a lot of these guys are all vying for spots. Jacob Moss, he had a breakout performance at Stinger 24 in Georgia last month. 159 miles, he's in the 4th slot. And Rolf Schmidt, who was the top male at last year's Desert Solstice. There's really not been too many other chances to qualify due to this year. So that is kind of the breakdown for the men. So no surprise really to see that Olivier will race to 100 and call it a day.
Yeah, I would say that Rolf's situation is probably in jeopardy today, but how many more of those runners are going to be in jeopardy? Harvey is here with the opportunity to hold serve, so to speak, as is Jake Jackson. But we had 2 years ago, how many runners actually top 150? 5? And this field on the men's side is at least as strong.
Can you put up the 2021 U.S. National 24-hour running team for women? Absolutely. Yep, let me do that next. Give me 1 second. All right, here's your women's leaderboard. So Camille, we had her on earlier, is in the auto position with 167. Pam Smith in second with 153. Micah Morgan, 148. All those were set at the World Championship last year. And then Marissa Lizak, who won last year's Desert Solstice. She is in that top position, but she's out here looking to have a great race so far. And Courtney DeWalter hanging on to the final position. I know probably didn't have the day she had hoped, for sure, out at the World Championship, but still is currently in that 5th slot. I believe there's 6 spots that are typically handed out. So we'll see Whitney, Sarah, Ashley, and Loretta all potentially looking to break on to this team. So we'll see how that plays out. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this live cast. We do want to shout out real quick some of our sponsors and just a few things to note about this event. First off, let's see, I'm going to wait till my sponsor roll goes through here. Well, the event is hosted at Central High School here in Phoenix. We have been hosting the event here since 2011. The first year this event ever happened was at Nardini Manor, and then we moved over here. Get the track back on there. This event is an IAU gold label event for 2020. I believe we are one of the only gold label events in the world. Actually, I might go and try and confirm that right now. So Two Oceans Marathon is IAU. Comrades is IAU gold label. And Desert Solstice is gold label. In order to get that, there's a bunch of qualifications. You have to have top performances and you must follow a specific set of guidelines, but you can have then record eligible performances. This event is also USATF certified and sanctioned certified course for distance and record setting. We also want to thank some of our sponsors. Of course, this event is produced by Aravaipa Running. Squirrel's Nut Butter is one of our sponsors. Kagala Gooder, of course. And Steep Life Media, which is part of Aravaipa, is putting together this live cast. So we're having a lot of fun with this. If you guys do want to look up some specific stats that go deeper than our leaderboard, you can check out, there's 2 links at the top of the page, just giving you the lay of the land. Our live results, aravaiparunning.com/solstice live. That'll bring you to a detailed timing page that is run by MCM Timing. And that's Mike Melton. He does a great job for us. And then the records tracker is now live. And this gives you an idea who might hit what age group record, national record, world record. It's all plugged in there and accurate and up to date after every single lap. So you can see, it's almost like betting odds, if it's going to come in above or below, who might be close. Kind of makes it fun to see what their projected might be compared to what the record is. And there are quite a few projected records at this point. Do you have to follow the new footwear guidelines for World Athletics Foundation and USATF? Yes, of course. For record eligibility, absolutely. This is a USATF sanctioned event. So all the rules that apply to USATF, we had specific COVID guidelines just in order to hold the event even. So perusing a little bit of our results here. I wanted to see how Nick Curry was doing on his lap splits. Uh-oh, he had a slow lap, 2:15. Did you see that, Chris? Nick Curry's laps, his fastest lap is 2:01 and his slowest is 2:15. Yep. I'm catching a side conversation of Zach back there somehow. That's funny. Gotcha. Is Nick the older or younger Curry? I'm the eldest, so Nick is 2.5 years younger than I am. There's also a couple other younger ones too. Can't hear you, Chris. No. It doesn't look like it. I can hear you. I don't know why they can't. Because are you on? Chris Cam is showing something. Hold on. Let me refresh mine now. Talk again. 1 second. Try now. We're still new to this whole thing. Just keep talking. Let me just unclick all these. Try again. Oh, talk.
We good?
Wait, try again.
You got me?
Keep talking.
You can hear me now, Keith? All right, good deal. Now I can't hear Jamil.
You can't hear me? Can you hear me,
No.
Chris?
They hear me, they hear you. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
You
Jamil.
can't hear me?
I hear you, but I'm not hearing you from my feed. I think somebody's got you on in my background.
Well, the thing is you're sharing two. Did you know you're sharing two camera sources with me?
Yeah, pretty much, Chad. Can you hear me now?
Were you meaning to do that? You must have me on mute. Can you hear me now? All right. Well, we'll see. Can you hear me now? Where is Courtney? She's probably at home in Leadville or Golden.
Okay, I can hear you now, Jamil.
Oh, great. Great to have you.
All right. Everything is hunky-dory
Everything's
now.
gravy. People are now requesting you just constantly pace Ryan Clifford around the whole lap.
Yeah, I don't think that that's happening. But I can take the gimbal for a spin.
Oh man, Zach just had a 15-minute lap. Something might be up with Zach, guys. We'll see. I'm not sure quite what's happening yet.
I'll see if I can get some information on Zach.
Well, we're not quite sure what's going on with Zach, but we don't want to like overwhelm him.
All right, so I spoke with Zach's crew, and apparently he had gone to the bathroom, and as he was going to the bathroom, his calf seized up on him. So it took him a while. They worked on it, massaged it a little bit. Not quite sure what the plan is, but he's walking kind of gingerly through the pit area. Let's see where they're headed. I don't know if there's any sort of first aid they're going to tend to. No, he's back out on the course. He didn't stop. He's just walking right now.
Okay.
As is normal here in the desert, the temperature has dropped precipitously. So as you can see, runners are starting to put layers back on in some cases. I'd say about half the runners have switched from tank tops and singlets to sleeves. Here's Ryan Clifford moving quite well. Maintaining a very healthy pace. Seems like he's recovered nicely. That's good to see.
All right, we got to shout out to Padre because he just bought a pair of Gooder glasses called I Pickle Them Myself. Awesome. Love it. Oh, I got to update our weather. There's people that are, that just reminds me, I have to kind of manually update this. Let's see what the actual weather's saying now. $60.
You look closely at Olivier as he's coming up. It looks like he's kind of developing a little bit of a lean here. Yeah. Olivier's got a bit of a lean on him too, favoring his right side.
Can you talk a little bit more directly into the microphone, Chris?
Certainly. Is that better?
Still kind of quiet, but a little bit better.
Let me see here. This is a new microphone that I'm using, so is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Yeah. As I was saying, Olivier seemed to have been favoring his right side, kind of developing that ultra lean that we often see at these events. Ryan Clifford, as you can see, coming up here, still moving very strong.
Yeah, where's Olivier? You said he was leaning. I didn't catch that.
Let's see if I can. It's a slight lean to his right. He's coming up here actually about 30 yards out.
Okay.
He's still moving pretty well, so
Oh yeah.
might be tricky to catch, but it's definitely there.
Yeah, you can see a slight one, but yeah, he's still running sub 2 minutes per lap, and
Yeah.
he's got 14 miles to his goal. So it looks like Ryan Clifford is going to overtake Ryan Montgomery here in the next couple laps. He's going.
Are they on the same lap?
Well, you think he's one back still, but he's going like 15 seconds quicker per lap. So he's going to catch him. I guess it could take still quite a few laps to catch up, but they're only one lap apart right now.
Okay, because Ryan Clifford on the track is actually about 60 meters behind. So I guess that would be a total of
one, just over a lap then, a lap plus a little.
Yeah. And Zach is moving. He's not moving as quick, but he does have a stride. So. And most of the field still seems like they've got a rhythm. That's for sure. Some faster than others, but everybody seems to be looking pretty good at this point. Nick is still moving very steady.
As he should be. 13 hours to go. That's it. Starting to not sound like very much. Yeah, Nick. Let's go, Nick. Woo!
Nick has the loudest steps of anybody on the course today.
Oh, he's wearing those big shoes, too. Question from Kenneth Ward. Do you ever get inquiries for race walking entries? You know, we have not yet. That would be interesting. I don't know. I think we would have to have special judges for that, and I don't think we're quite ready and set up for that.
Over the last lap, it looks like Ryan Clifford has closed the gap by about 40 yards, so he's about one lap plus 20 meters maybe behind Ryan Montgomery.
20 meters behind?
1 lap plus 20 meters. Looks like he's gaining about 40 or 50 meters per lap at this point on Ryan Montgomery.
Jake Jackson moving through, looking strong. Zach, his laps have slowed considerably, but that doesn't mean he's out of the running, folks. Just like we saw with Ryan Clifford, sometimes it could be a nutrition thing, a digestion thing, a little cramping, got to kind of move through it. And certainly can be done. What are the jersey colors of the top 3 female? Great question. So let's see if we can spot them.
Live stream. Yeah.
I know. I'm happy to announce that I will not be running the Hard Rock this year.
You didn't get into Hard Rock?
30 seconds. Oh, 30 seconds.
On the wait list?
Yeah. Marissa, who's in first, Marissa Lizak was wearing like a neon yellow earlier. I haven't seen if she's put a layer on since.
Are you going to run this next year then instead?
I stopped doing 24 hours on the track in like, oh man,
like you were 17 or something.
Yeah. Like 98.
Hey, Jamil.
Yeah. What's good? Can you hear me, Chris? Can you hear me now? All right. So I'm still trying to get you those jersey colors of the top females. Marissa was wearing a neon yellow. Trying to get a visual on the top three as they come around here. I got a little bit of a frozen feed here now. Okay.
Are we good now?
Now it looks okay, yeah.
Okay.
So the black with the red, black jersey with the red on it is Whitney Richmond. So she's second. Chris, can you point down track so I can see them incoming? Thanks.
Sure, you got it.
I'm trying to shout out the top three women. Just people want to know what jersey they were wearing. Is Marissa still in that bright colored top? I'm not sure he can hear me.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay, that in the light blue top is Loretta.
Yes.
I was gonna just try to.
I don't know. Some clown came up and tackled me from behind. So
We got people in the comments saying that Sarah Moore is right there and all in the black.
yeah, that's Sarah Moore right there.
Ashley Truan is in a white jersey.
Why not?
And Whitney, yeah, Whitney's in the black vest with the red. That looks like Marissa Stride. Oh no, that's Jordan Stride. Never mind.
Ryan Clifford is now about 150 meters back.
I know.
He is surging, just absolutely surging.
How you feeling, Zach? Good. Good. All right. They're on their way.
Marathon Investigation is welcome to the chat room. Loving the live stream. We need this kind of live coverage for our national championship. Call us. We're here. We're ready. All right, we've got Fink. Okay, I got to give a big shout out because he's been really great and we've been working on this for a while. But Cody Ower, he is associated with, I think he's associated with Ryan Clifford in some way. And he sent us these really cool little images of our top three runners, our top three male, top three females. We got kind of a little visual leaderboard for you there at the bottom of our screen. Kind of fun, kind of cool. Thanks, Cody. We appreciate that. It's really cool. All right. Ultrarunning history is chiming in here. Yannis Kouros reached 150 kilometers or 93 miles in 11:05 during his record run. Oh yeah, someone just realized who Sarah Moore is from the Quarantine Backyard Ultra and Big's Backyard. Yep, she was in both of those. Sometimes it's hard to tell on a live stream who's who without seeing real photos. If you want to see some more photos, you can follow Aravaipa Running on Instagram. We've been posting some great photos from Howie Stern that's been taken all day. There's been probably about 10 photos thus far throughout the day, also posted to our story. So be sure to follow Aravaipa Running on Instagram. We have some things over there. We got Pit Crew Alley over there. Of course, like we said earlier, if you're just tuning in, we are limited to just 50 people out there at all times on the track at the school. So unfortunately, no extra spectators this year. We're over 11 hours into the 2020 Desert Solstice 24-hour. We'll be with you all the way till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm feeling a little bit of a second wind myself right now. It's currently just past 7 p.m. here in Phoenix, Arizona, and we're tracking. We still have 18 athletes on the track running, moving forward. All there trying to reach their own personal goals out here today.
Okay, now the volume's on.
Team Ryan!
I got a question here from Nathan Tobin. Did Koros train on the track leading up to his races? Yes, I believe he did, as he was managing a track in Greece, I believe, like working at one. So he would definitely train on one. Ornery Mule Racing checking in. I heard from Loretta's crew that she's super thankful to Erin Nicole Dial for an icy hot massage that helped with her tight abductor. She says to thank everyone for the support. Chad Adams, Ryan Clifford is killing it. I hope he can keep it up. Journey Runners Endurance and Run Coaching says for women, Ann Trace and Camille Courtney, and give me 2 more for women for the all-time 24-hour challenge. Okay, so we're talking like all-time dream race right now. Jackson Lee, thank you, Jamil, and all runners. All right, we love it. Pixie Ninja 2. Maggie Gooderl. We're just throwing all the names in. I love it. Rusty Jazz commenting in the chat room that Camastro has the killer fast cadence. You better believe it.
Well, I'm not sure who's whether Montgomery is getting faster or which Ryan is moving, but the gap has kind of widened back out a little bit. It's close to a full lap now.
Well, there was Ryan Clifford just had like a 250 lap. So he must have had like a quick bathroom break or something.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't catch it. That would make sense, though. Because it looks like they're both still moving about the same, but all of a sudden I blinked, and Ryan Clifford was back to being about 3/4 of a lap behind.
So Andy Carr just pointed out in the comments here that we might have just had a 12-hour 45 to 49 track record. Let me look it up on our records tracker.
A 12-hour already?
Well, he surpassed it potentially.
Oh, wow.
Olivier LeBlanc, 12-hour, 86 miles. Yep, it looks like the record is at 86, and he's already at 88.2. So he would already be 2 miles ahead of it. So that might be our first record of the day. The American 45 to 49, 12-hour record for Olivier LeBlanc. And we'll see if that might be it. Yeah. Where is Sarah Moore from? I believe she's from Michigan.
And Olivier has nearly an hour to add on to that.
Yeah, they're projecting him to be at 94.7.
Well, that'd be shattering the record.
8.5 miles. Oh yeah, here we go. Ultrarunning history coming in hot with the quote of the night. After Yannis Kouros set the 188-mile 24-hour world record, he said, and I quote, "I believe this record will stand for centuries." Okay, take that from the man who owns the 24-hour. He went after it for like 13 years. He has like the top 10 all-time performances. And so far, we're 23 years since that statement and that record was made in 1997. So that's the question. Will his record stand for centuries? Time will tell.
Well, if it falls, I would love to witness it happening here at Desert Solstice.
Well, it won't be
That
this
would be-
year.
No, but who knows? One of these years. See, I can't keep up with him. I couldn't keep up with him all night or for a lap.
Well, let's see. Edit. Oh, we got a comment here. Please add, create one day.
Zach is stopped in his pit area again. favoring his right leg.
Yeah. Really? Oh, geez.
All right, Dan Love watching from India, just back from a run to start my Sunday morning with Desert Solstice. Welcome. Welcome to the program.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll show you one of my kids. Dress her up.
We got a question. What's the 24-hour treadmill record? I actually don't know offhand. Sounds like it might be 164 miles by Bjorn Tor Kronen Terenger from Norway, unless someone else knows. Olivier has no laps over 2 minutes yet. Is that possible? I don't think that's accurate, but I could check. Let's see. No, his average lap is 153 and his max lap is 244. So that's not correct. But Nick Curry, his slowest lap is 2:15 in 11 hours and 15 minutes of running. He has 14 seconds between his slowest and fastest, meaning he must, I don't even know if he's gone to the bathroom with.
I was just about to ask his wife.
Because I don't think he sprinted a lap to make up for like the 20, 30 seconds that you're in the bathroom. Like Olivier, that would be like if you had a 240 lap, it's like, okay, you probably went to the bathroom. Like Bob Hearn, Ryan Montgomery, Olivier LeBlanc, all around 245. Nick is still 215 is his slowest lap. Someone says you could set your watch to Nick. It drifts less than a clock. Where's Goggins? We should start a hashtag. Where's Goggins? I don't know. Where is he? Nathan's asking, have you considered holding a sister event as Desert Solstice 6 months separated? Also, are the logistical demands of curating this event greater or less than 100-mile trail events? This logistically a lot easier. I mean, we bring as much equipment to this event as we do for probably a 400-person trail race. But, you know, we set up the morning of the event. So we started at 4 a.m. setting up on the track for this thing, and we'll be out of there by 10 a.m. tomorrow, something like that. What would you like to see if we did another one 6 months? Would you like to see another record-setting event? The biggest thing for us is the window for good weather is very short for a 24. We can't have it get hot at all. I mean, if it's 75, 80 degrees, you have no shot at a really good performance. So we've got basically like December, January is kind of guaranteed to have pretty ideal weather, but you could also get a really rainy, cold day. You could also still get a really warm upper 70s day. So another record-setting event. Yeah. But January would be another good time. I would love to see us do an all-comers track meet. So instead of limiting it to 30 people, I'd love to get like 100 people where anyone can sign up and we do a track race. But we just haven't pulled that off yet. But I would love to see, and maybe that event could support offset the cost of Solstice could be really cool. Just talking it out.
Like an actual track meet, or an event like this for all comers?
Oh, a 24-hour race, but for anyone to sign up.
Okay.
That'd be cool. It's not something we offer right now. John chimes in that Solstice is a lot easier to pack and set up for. Know anything about that? Let's see, what else? What record did you say Olivier beat? He beat the 12-hour age group record. And we also think he's going to, I think he might PR at 100 miles with the way he's going. So he's at 89 miles now. We're really starting to feel like these 100 milers are going to start happening now pretty shortly. And those get exciting. And we're probably going to have, it's going to be busy there, Chris, I think. They're going to be like one after the other. I mean, look
For
at
sure,
all,
that's
like, look at that. Between 80, it's like 84, 84, 80, 80, 79, 79, 78, 76, 76, 74, 74, 73, 71, 70, 69, 69. Like, that's crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 runners within 11 miles of one another, meaning like, every like 5 to 6 minutes, people are going to be hitting 100 miles.
so over half the field.
Yeah.
Hey,
way over half the field.
Coming up.
The field.
Ryan Montgomery and Ryan Clifford, neck and neck.
Ooh, Rob Pearson, that's a great idea. So if we did an all-comers track meet for anyone to sign up for, you could do like a golden ticket where the top male and top female out of that race would win entry into Desert Solstice. I like that. It's really cool. So Andy Carr chimes in about the 12-hour 45 to 49 age group record that Olivier broke. So that was 86.016 miles, and it is now growing. It's 89.23. It'll probably be somewhere around 94 miles or so. All right, we got more confirmations for the golden ticket idea. We could call it something else, but that would be fun. It'd kind of be fun, yeah, come out in like January and have the all-comers race on the track and then race for Desert Solstice in the wintertime. Great camera work, Chris. It's looking great out there, man.
I'm having a blast. I really
that mobile view makes a huge difference.
I think that all the runners are getting a kick out of it too. I'm trying to give everybody some chance to wave at everybody and say hi to friends and family back home, basically in their own little way.
Oh wow, Edit Bursties is in here in the chat. How's it going? Thanks for being here, dropping some knowledge on us. The men's 24-hour treadmill record was set apparently January 20th of this year.
Okay.
178 miles. I hadn't heard about that one yet. That is pretty wild. You'd think that maybe at some point, I don't know, like what's happening in the marathon and below world right now, where records are just being absolutely destroyed. At some point, will make its way filtered up into ultras. So just in terms of, 100 miles, 12, 24 hours, 100K, maybe even beyond 200 mile, that some of the advancements in maybe gear, shoe technology, training, other things will trickle their way up at some point.
Hey, Jamil, as we're approaching the 100-mile mark for Olivier, first and foremost, can you kind of explain what happens here? I've never actually been a part of it. I mean, I've watched it, but as far as the spotting and the involvement that takes place as far as marking those distances and those times and everything.
Yeah, for sure. Basically, we pre-mark out with we wheel it out because the way the track is designed, it's not a perfect lap for the 100-mile or even a 50-mile mark. So we have to measure it out, mark it, and basically for USATF certification, which then becomes the world certification, you have to have 3 timers, 3 stopwatches. They go over there, they record, they hit a stopwatch, 3 of them, and they look at the stopwatches, they all write down their times, and they have to sign it and certify it as witnesses that they're officials and that they witnessed this happen. And that is like in addition to all the timing data and lap data that's provided by our timer. And so what you'll see and what we'll show you is, so in 10 miles when Olivier, he'll actually have to run kind of like halfway around the track approximately. There'll be a mark on the track that he has to cross. That's the true 100-mile mark. And that's where we measure the time to get it as accurate as possible. The same thing will happen at 12 hours, where if they do set for like Olivier, since he has a record, they want to get that exact record. So the spotter will run with him, he'll blast a horn or something at the 12-hour mark, and the spotter will then drop a flag, and that will get measured in the event. So
The spotters are going to be busy.
they should be busy. Yep, it's probably going to be very, very hectic. Like I was saying, we've never had this many people hitting. Usually it's like, oh, okay, 3 to 4 people had a good fast 100. Everyone else kind of dropped out or whatever. But I mean, just to see the whole field lined up like they are, it's going to be every 5 minutes we're going to have a 100-mile finisher or something. Oh, looks like we are close to a lead change for the top 3 men. So we might have to update our little pictures. Thanks for sending that over, Cody. I'll take a look at that. Oh yeah, I wanted to run by this comment that I think Nathan sent, which I really appreciated because I love this part of the history of our sport. Let me see if I can pull it up. Aravaipa, Davy Crockett's work with ultrarunning history, the Killian thing, even the backyard events. It feels like the heritage of pedestrianism is alive and well. I like it. Question, do you measure these marks in both directions? Yeah, we have them laid out for clockwise and counterclockwise because a lot of the people, sometimes we have people that will hit, it's rare, but it does happen where they go a sub 12 hours for 100. That won't happen today. So, but then beyond 16 hours, we'll have more people still hitting the 100. So we want to make sure that we get everyone. As long as the track course is certified by USATF, can you wheel out the 100-meter mark for it to be used as a record, or do you have the 100 meters certified on its own? As long as the track has a certificate and is measured accurately, you can use like the 100-meter marks as starting points to go off of. Yeah.
What's amazing about Ryan Clifford right now is that people aren't necessarily slowing down. He's just dropping the hammer. You've got Olivier and
Montgomery.
I'm sorry?
He passed Ryan Montgomery, so he's in second again.
Yeah, I literally caught him passing Ryan Montgomery. but Montgomery is throwing down 204, 205. It's just that Ryan Clifford is throwing down 147s.
Yep, Nick Curry has now matched Zach Bitter, or surpassed him actually. So Zach is having a bit of a troublesome spot right now, and he's falling back. He's still out there jogging around the track, though. He's still sub 3 minutes per lap. Kern walking it out a little bit right now, looking at his watch.
Badass motherfucker, Bob. Keep going. That's what I'm reducing. Did you get that on live stream? Nice.
John Eater, thanks for checking in. You guys are awesome. We're enjoying the coverage. Great. All right, we are just shy of 11 and a half hours. We can smell the halfway point just about here, which means I'm almost 12 hours into wearing headphones, and my ears are probably just as sore as some of these runners' legs at this point. I'll tell you that much. At least I got my standing desk right now. Crazy how Ryan Montgomery prepared for this while working full-time and training in the snow in Soda Springs. Crazy props to all the athletes who also trained while working. Yeah, I know my brother works full-time. Probably, I know Jacob Jackson works. Probably a lot of these athletes do. You know, just a handful of them are professional. Does anyone know what is happening with Bob? He must be hurting to be walking this much at this point. Yeah, I would agree. Something is probably up because normally he would just be sprinkling in his walking breaks. I don't know if we can hear. Maybe I think his wife might have been in the chat earlier. Maybe she knows something.
I actually was just with BJ Timmener, who is crewing Bob, and he didn't seem to really know what was going on himself. I'll see if I can get some further information in a few minutes here, but from what I gathered, I hadn't been able to.
Well, it's funny because it seems like with all of us watching, we notice things so quickly. Like probably people on the track aren't even paying as much attention. Like we see someone walking and we're like, oh, they had 4 laps that were a little slower than normal. What's going on?
Well, we have people noticing bathroom breaks on our live stream. I mean, I have to tip my cap to the listenership and the viewership out there. They are on it. It's kind of exciting, actually. Who knew that this would be such a involved spectator sport?
Yeah, we had some more chatter about Harvey is a public school teacher in Cincinnati, and he taught remotely 2 days while in AZ before the race. So, yeah, a lot of these athletes are, pretty much just everyday people that love doing this, and they make it work. Andy Moore, thank you so much for tuning in. Someone pointing out that the fastest lap for a woman today is Marissa at 1:55. Keep an eye on Nick Curry, everyone. He's going to be, I think, moving his way up soon.
Well, I'm excited to see how the next 12 hours go for Nick. We all know what he can do as a runner, period. But
5 lap recently, so maybe he did sneak in a little bathroom break. Ryan Baxter, thank you for joining in for the stream. Oh, we got a little info on Ryan Clifford here. He's a college assistant track coach and a pizza delivery guy, while also taking classes for 2 master's degrees. Nice. We just had a shout out looking for drones next year for our coverage. You know it's in the works. You'll see it before next year in some of our other stuff.
I want to know how many laps you've done. You've been all over the.
Brother John, welcome. He says, hello, this looks interesting. We got a lot going on, that's for sure. We're out here watching the Desert Solstice 24-hour, 11 hours and 33 minutes in, having a great time out here. Strava live tracking on the track. All right. I mean, we're pretty close to live tracking. We got our live leaderboard up here. I'm not sure. You want to know, like, literally where their dot is on the track at all times? Put a GPS tracker on them. Ultrarunning history has some more information. Yannis Kouros ran 100-mile races as well as 24-hour races. In 1986 in New York, he ran an 11:26:48. So it wasn't just his fastest 100-mile times weren't just splits in his 24-hour. He legitimately ran fast at 100 miles as well. We got Joe Bodner tuning in, participating in the Mary Vertmas virtual challenge and watching our stream while he's doing so. We love it, double dipping. Okay, we got some more information. Ross Pope says that Chris Pope, who's participating, currently 13th place for the men in 72 miles, works full-time in healthcare.
I'm loving all of these nuggets that ultra running history is dropping.
We got to update that. It's actually 11:56:48, not 26. I was going to say, I'm like, I think that would have been faster than the two Russian guys that ran like the 11:29 that Zach was chasing forever.
That's what I was saying. I'm really appreciating the nuggets that ultra running history is dropping. At least we can verify, or we can trust ultra running history on that. Can you imagine if they dropped in like a nugget that simply was just some that wasn't true, that we kind of just took at face value, like just something that like that doesn't sound well, maybe.
Trust whatever Davey says. So
like, well, so and so was winning a race, but then they got eaten by a lion. We'd have to kind of take him at his word.
Giving like the runners opium and stuff. Great comment here from Run Free and Strong. Thanks, Aravaipa and the runners and crews for an awesome event. Been watching several hours to tank up the inspiration for my Sunday long run on the AT. Solstice is just wow. More live streams, please. We plan on it. We got some big things in the works, hopefully, for 2021, based upon some of what you're seeing here today. Or ornery, I'm not great at saying your name, sorry. Ornery Mule Racing. Loretta worked 2 jobs while training. She retired as early intervention supervisor at Washtenaw ISD Early Childhood Programs to come to Ornery Mule Racing full time. We feel so grateful for her. Nice. That's awesome. What does she do with you there at your racing team company? Let us know. Robert W., I see a lot of Vaporflies. What are other runners wearing? So we've been going back and forth on this. I actually have a lot of Howie's photos that I've been checking out. If only I knew more about shoes. So Sarah Moore is wearing Ultras. Don't know what model. Ryan Montgomery. Actually can't tell. They're very dark. Let's see here. I can get. So Nick is wearing Nikes. Ryan Clifford, Hokas. Jake Jackson, Hokas. Marissa, Hokas. Zach Bitter, Ultras. Harvey Lewis is in Newtons. Whitney Richmond is in Brooks. Loretta, are those? I think those are Adidas. Anyways, just a few of the shoe choices. Olivier is in Hoka's. Ashley is in Hoka's. Ornery Mule Racing, thanks for answering. It says we have a coaching business that she connects runners to one of our qualified coaches. Plus, she helps with race organizing. This year, it has all been virtual race help. Awesome. Jamil, did you mean Oleg and Dennis 2002? Yes, that's what I meant. Thank you. That was an incredible story. Yannis Kouros ran Western States 100 in 1988. Did you guys know that? He finished 24th in 2012. 20 hours, 12 minutes. He is human. He ran without socks and suffered. Kind of reminds me of Killian trying to toe the line at Western States wearing all the Euro gear and then them having to create, I think that's how they created the Sense, the S-Lab Sense shoe, which became a huge hit. How can we tell who is who? Brother John, that is a great question. You kind of have to just learn people a little bit by what they look like, what they're wearing in their stride. We've been trying to help people out that are newer to the sport, but it's a little challenging. Let's see if I can go through some of them. Bob Hearn had that white USA singlet on. Let's see. Yeah, you just kind of need to learn it. Maybe some people in the comments can help as well. And Edit Bursees is chiming in to Ultrarunning history. Giannis ran Western States right after a longer race on the East Coast. Maybe that had something to do with his performance there. Oh, that's a good point. So the live tracking page, if you had the live stream up, that has the finish line. We don't have a great view of the finish line right now. I could potentially change that here in a little bit. Women in Yellow Singlet is our, I think that's Marissa Lizak, our women's race leader.
That's correct.
Yep. Yeah. Chris Pope is in the plaid. How is Bitter looking? He is struggling right now. He's been slowing down. He's in the upper 2-minute. Jem's over here in the comments claiming Giannis is an Australian. I'll let that play out. Woman in yellow singlet. She has the Easter Bunny pitter patter. Could be efficient. Yep, it is efficient. And she's your women's race leader, Marissa Lizak. She won this race last year.
She won it out
also
overall.
Producer of our podcast, the Dirt Trail Running Podcast. She works a ton on that and has gotten amazing guests. Nicole and Zach Bitter have both been on.
Still too early.
You can see there a little look inside some of the aid station tents. Every runner, actually, I think some of the runners are doubling up because we had to double up crews. Due to the COVID restrictions, we had less than we thought. We got a comment. Loretta just crewed for me at Tunnel Hill. Great runner and awesome supporter. She also organized a virtual run for dream of 100 miles. More information. 3 weeks before. Okay. 3 weeks before Yannis Kouros ran Western States, he ran the 1,000-mile race in Queens, New York. All right, let's just put that into context. He still ran 20 hours with no socks on at Western States. So let's cut the guy a little bit of slack here, okay? What are you drinking, Jamil? I mean, right now, just LaCroix, spicy, whatever. You call it spicy water. I don't know. What is the qualification to participate in this race next year? Ben Blessing, good to hear from you. You can, well, the current qualifications for this year are on our website, at the Desert Solstice website. So go to aravaiparunning.com. You can see the A and B standard. The A standard is pretty much a guarantee in. The B standard is if we have extra spots, but oftentimes because this race has gotten more and more competitive, those tend to go up. Trail Gangsters is looking for Olivier as he goes by. He's the one in the dark blue USA singlet. Spicy water.
Yeah. Do you foresee the entry standards becoming much stiffer for the 2021 version of Desert Solstice?
Well, it just depends on the year, really. It's kind of funny how this works. It all kind of depends on the World Championship and how the qualifications window lines up. If people, like last year when the World was in October, we had a less competitive field because all the top dogs, men and women, they were all racing, and they're not going to turn around 2 months later and they don't need to run a qualifier again, right? But this
That's
year,
right.
everyone's trying to get a qualifier, or just there's nothing else to race, so they all show up.
That is a good point. The 2018 field was threw down some excellent numbers. I think that somebody had actually pointed out, as I mentioned earlier, that might have been the first time on American soil that like 6 runners hit 150 miles or 5 runners hit 150 miles.
And that, so I think it's like a 2-year cycle. You'll see like when everyone's trying to qualify at the last second, the crazy race that Desert Solstice, and then the off year, you might see people going like all in on 100 miles or like it'll change it up a little bit. Nathan asks, any idea of what the top men and women's build-ups were for this event? Seems like training for a 24-hour race on the track differs greatly. There are some, I mean, if you go to each runner's Strava, some are public. I think Nick and Zach both have theirs public. You can check out what they do. I know Nick was running 120 to 140, 150 mile weeks for weeks on end, and seems to be working out pretty well. He ran Haviland 100 negative split in just over 14 hours 6 weeks ago. Ryan Ruffcorn asks, Jamil, did you get into hard rock? I did. I defended my place in hard rock. So it'll be my 5th time running in the same direction.
That is just absolutely the fact that all 5 times have been in the same direction.
Yep.
It's kind of mind-boggling.
All right, we are closing in on the 12-hour mark. At 12 hours, if you guys are tuning in or haven't been following, we will do a direction change.
Kelly, she's responding.
So, all right, we got one more piece of tidbit here, Ultrarunning history. And a week before Western States, Jonas Kuros ran a 7:36 100K in Belgium. All right.
I'll give you Coke on the next lap.
It looks like Bob Hearn has regained a stride here. Zach is walking into the pit area.
Thomas Bowling, are the Curry brothers going to run Hard Rock together? Well, Nick didn't get in, so I will, hopefully he'll pace me at least one section. That would be fun. So we'll see.
Looks like Zach is going in for a shoe change.
We had a question about temperature current on screen. Let me update that. I appreciate that reminder. I need to find some sort of a plugin that gives us like automatically updating weather. If anyone has OBS knowledge, please drop it on me. Yeah, here we go. That's more accurate. It's definitely dropping. So we're 58-14 currently.
I can testify that it's dropping out here. I'm about to throw on another layer myself.
It's okay. Anything's great. Don't be an asshole.
Talk to me. I can't hear you. Talk to me.
I'm gonna change after the construction.
For this upcoming turnaround, we need to pay close attention to see who actually wins it. See who's got the best turnaround dance or moves. The runners seem to have fun with it. At least most of them do.
Laura Bellman, great coverage to watch this and watch you guys in treadmills doing last minute steering. It's a weird year, okay? We're doing this thing. Looks like Zach Bitter's walking there a little bit. The ups and downs of ultra running, right? He's run 100 miles faster than this, and he's currently at 81 miles, you know, and running slower. Oh, Connor Holt says it's joke time. What's an Irishman 7-course meal?
Six-pack and a shot of whiskey.
6-pack and a shot of whiskey. That's what we got. Connor, don't leave us hanging. Six-pack and a potato. Close.
The whiskey would just be overkill, right? Well, Zach has picked up a jog, but it looks like he's working through something. Not quite sure. On the far side of the track.
Okay. I mean, he's not given up as of yet. So
No, not at all.
So the 12-hour mark is pretty significant, obviously, as I mean, it's the halfway point of the 24-hour race, but you can easily kind of do some math. And I mean, if someone was able to even split the race, you can kind of see, you know, what might be possible. It's rare to negative split. So if you doubled it, you'd think, okay, that's about the highest someone could get. Of course, there are outliers, but they're not going to, I don't know about a massive negative split, but I could eat my own words. My brother might make me eat those words.
I feel like that was one of his major goals for this race, was to try and negative split.
I believe it was, because I think, yeah.
And if he negative splits based on what he's done in the first half, that would be staggering.
All right, we got some questions. Olivier always run with a lean like that? No, I don't think so. I think he's got a little bit of an issue going on. Ultra running history. Giannis Kouros reached 100 miles in 11:57 during his 188-mile 24-hour record run. I think we need to create like the official ultra running history ticker with just like dropping facts, you know, like scrolling at the bottom or the top. It's just like dropping facts on you at
like
given
a
times.
crawl.
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure we could do that at some point. It'd be awesome.
That would be outstanding.
And then Mark says, so Olivier will get the 12-hour age group record, right? Yes. I mean, he already technically has it, but he's just adding to it because it was 86 miles and he's at 93 already. So what you will see them do, and maybe Chris, you can get this on camera, is they will get a flag and a spotter and they will follow him, which will be pretty interesting.
Absolutely.
And then I think they'll maybe blow a horn and they'll stick that flag in the ground. It'll have his name on it, and then they'll measure that and get his official. So Nick just grabbed his bottle there without even breaking stride.
Uh-oh, cone down.
Cone down, cone gate.
Julie's out there putting it back up. Is Julie going to be the flag spotter? She's going to be really busy.
I think so.
Are you flag spotting too, Missy? What? Are you flag spotting too?
No.
Oh, okay. You got enough going on.
Oh, Chad Adams says Nick just moved up. Looks like he just passed Marissa, moving to 6th place overall. All right, this is awesome. We got almost 500 people here on our YouTube. Great. Thank you all for tuning in. Check this out. It's going to get real exciting here in the next hour as we see what kind of 100-mile split times the field is going to be running. And it's going to be one after the other here, probably in about 2 hours, maybe around the 14-hour mark. We are literally going to have, I mean, every 3 to 5 minutes, we're going to have people all hitting 100 miles right after one another, probably 12 to 14 people. This is, I don't know, one of the most interesting, I think one of the most interesting desert slopes ever, for sure.
He doesn't like being scary. He doesn't like he certainly doesn't like
All right, we got another ultra running fact. In ultra running history, Derek Hayes was the first to run 100 miles in less than 12 hours. He did it at the 1972 Durban 100 miler. So Giannis Kouros, we are at 11:57 right now, and this is what Giannis ran on his way to the world record for 24, 188 miles. So right now, Giannis Kouros will be passing that 100-mile mark. Olivier LeBlanc, our race leader today, would be 6 miles behind that, or approximately. I think he's gonna break 13, folks, which is pretty exciting. That is, I mean, that's not something that happens every day. I think it'll be his first time breaking 13. If he can hold on there.
His personal. Oh, you're talking about Olivier? Yeah, his personal. Best? I think his personal best was 13 high, and I know that his goal was to break 13. So.
Oh, sweet. Yeah,
he's doing
and
great.
That's kind of what happens at Solstice is people, you know, I don't know. I guess usually he's either focusing on the 24 or he's running, you know,
wrong table.
Oh, no, it's okay.
On, yeah, comes out here to Desert Solstice.
Borrow your Bible.
Whatever you want.
Aravaipa running. Jamil, what is the 45 to 49 record for 12 hours? Understood he has the new overall. Just curious how much he smashed the age group record. 86 miles is the current former record. And 13:35 for Olivier is what you said earlier. So that was at Umstead. And Andy Carr says 13:56.59 is the record he's going to crush. Okay.
Olivier's best is 13:34 at Umstead.
Okay, great. He's got quite a lead now. Like, I don't know what it looks like in person, Chris, but you can definitely tell. It's just like
pretty
a
noticeable.
Drop shoulder.
Yeah, it's that
drop shoulder. It's just like a little bit of a shrug.
I call it the ATY lean. It's that lean that you often see in multi-day races. But speaking with his crew, they let me know, because apparently somebody got word to them that we were talking about it, that that reinforced what we already knew, that he was going to be stopping at the 100-mile mark. But they're not even saying a word. I guess it's one of those things. It's a phenomenon that you don't notice necessarily yourself.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Somebody else. Haley.
Oh, it looks like, are they getting ready to do the mark?
We're doing a turnaround, and Julie just marked Bob Hearn's
okay,
mark.
so that our timer's a little off, guys, but you saw right there, Julie marked at the 12-hour mark, so you can see what that looked like. And then they got Olivier too, I'm assuming.
Yes. Bob Hearn got the 12-hour age group national record. And I'm going to head all the way across to Haley got the other one, so we're covered.
All right, we got the Chris Cam going across the field there. So the old 12-hour track record for Olivier was 86, and now it is raised up to over 94. We'll have the official mileage. So over here, we're seeing where he was on the track. Chris is locating that marker right there.
Unfortunately, I had to miss the turn, so I'm a little bit sad about that. But I'm going to set the cam down and go and turn the cameras on the other side.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right. So if you're just tuning in, welcome. We are in, I guess, part 2 of this year's live cast. We've made it over the halfway mark. That is an important milestone in the 24-hour race. I think mentally, now you feel like you've gotten over a big hurdle, and now you're working towards that finish line. So take a look at that leaderboard real quick. You double up those miles, and that's probably about the upper limit for most of these athletes. There is a rare case when someone will negative split a 24-hour, but that is, I would say, probably like a 1 to 99 to 1 chance that would happen. But yeah, Ryan Clifford, man, over 90 miles in 12 hours as his halfway point. That's incredible. And Mark McCaslin chimes in that Olivier is probably the 4th best in the world for 12 hours ever. So pretty cool. We'll get some new angles fired up for the live cast. And hope you continue to watch. If you are watching, I think you'll want to stay tuned for the next couple of hours. I would definitely say there will be a lot of action between now and probably 15, 16 hours where we see all of these athletes crossing that 100-mile barrier. Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen a Desert Solstice with this many athletes so close together. I mean, we have between that Jacob Jackson at 85 miles, and let's all go all the way down to like Sarah Moore at 74 miles. That's 11 miles, and you've got, what is that, 14 athletes? I mean, they're just, do the math. I mean, they're going to be every 5 minutes or less, they're going to be hitting 100 miles. We're also going to see Olivier in this hour very shortly hit his 100 miles in the 12-hour range, which is very, very good performance. Yes, and great way to point out, I'm also over a hurdle. I've got less than 12 hours to talk to you, all of you. So, and Bob's 12-hour record, age group 55 to 59, was 81 miles, and it looks like, oh, did he get it? Huh. I must have missed that. Sorry. Do.
Cameras are turned around.
Yeah, Bob might have just missed it, but they mark it anyways. We got the hashtag Desert Solstice binge going on right now. It's the one day a year we can do it, so we're enjoying it.
Do we have anybody who's been on for all 12 hours so far?
Besides me? Actually, I had to step away sometimes.
Same. Do we have any people that will fess up to watching the entire thing so far?
Oh, Davy Crockett says he's been here the whole time, of course.
Nice.
Trishul Churn says, I saw Giannis run 11:46 split for 100 miles en route to 177 miles in 24 hours in New York in 1984. That's so cool. We have so many people in here that have such a great history with the sport. It's awesome to see it.
So you were obviously there when Giannis ran across the years, right?
Yeah, a couple times. I mean, he stayed at our house the very first time he came over here for that.
That had to be absolutely amazing for to be able to witness him, you know, and that was still in his prime, right? Or just past it the first time?
2005, he was still in it. Yeah, for sure. Oh, well, and I got a shout out, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name, but Edith Berses, who's in here kind of fact checking some of our stuff. She's a Hungarian ultra runner, had the 100-mile world record, 24-hour world record, world and European 100K titles, 24-hour European championship, all kinds of things. So it's really an honor to have her in the chat room as well. It's really great. Great. We're making everyone not do any work today. This is lovely. How many spectators would you typically have during this event at the track? A surprisingly few number, actually. I mean, we would maybe, what would you say, Chris? Maybe 40, 50 if we're lucky?
If we're lucky. One of the things that I always try and encourage people to do, especially early on in the broadcast, is that I say, hey, if you're in the area, come out and see us, because, and the area is pretty wide by definition when you're talking about a 24-hour race. You could be in Vegas or LA and, 5-6 hours away and still catch half the race. So, it's unfortunate that we don't normally get like a lot of spectators, but the irony was that when people found out that this race was actually taking place, that they started asking about spectating. And unfortunately, due to restrictions, we couldn't have anybody in person. And that's why, obviously, the live stream game was stepped up so much this year. The only thing is that hopefully a lot of these people that are watching on the live stream will come out and join us next year live, because it would be fantastic to have an actual audience of significant size.
Totally.
But typically, I mean, you know, we've got in most years you said, I think between 28 and 32 participants, and then each participant will have 1 or 2 crew people and maybe about 20 volunteers at any given time, and then 30 20, 30, 40 fans and spectators at any given time. So there's usually about 100 to 150 people in the stadium, either running, watching, helping, volunteering.
I mean,
So,
how cool would it be if we like pack the stands, especially, I mean, right now between, the 12-hour mark and the 15-hour mark, it would be like 7, 8 p.m. until, I don't know, maybe midnight.
Yeah, bringing pedestrianism back.
Packing the stands like a high school football game. I mean, that would be so cool. So everyone put it on your calendar. Come out next year.
Oh, have people tailgating and
yes.
That would be fantastic.
Oh, here we go. Dropping knowledge on us. Ultrarunning history, of course. In 1870, Edward Payson Wesson walked 100 miles in 21:38 in front of 5,000 people at the Empire Skating Rink in New York City. All right, we got a promise from the #Clifford Coalition that if we allow fans, they will be there in full force. That's great to hear. Appreciate the support.
I think he'll.
Okay.
Yeah, just add to it.
We just got a piece of information here. So this is important, maybe. I don't know. I guess I'm going to share it. Do I want to share it? Maybe not.
Is it more Giannis facts?
No, we'll let this person share it if they want to. I'm just going to tease you guys.
Oh, now my curiosity is piqued.
Yep. All right. Oh man, what's going on in the chat right now? I think the stands after a few hours would get uncomfortable, but maybe you could let the fans on the infield. Yeah, I mean, I think if people came for like hours right now would be legit, Could always sell those seat cushions too.
Aravaipa seat cushions. There you go.
Or, I mean, yeah. Make it a whole carnival festival like Le Mans. Oh, yeah.
Run steep, sit high.
A virtual wave. I wonder how that would work.
Do you have a mileage count for Olivier at the moment?
96.
Oh, wow. He is. Yeah, he's got plenty of room to spare to not only break his PR, but break 13 then.
Yeah, because he's running like 8-minute miles. He's got 4 to go. So that's like 32 minutes. So yeah, we could see like if he pushes it 12:40.
At 12:40, 12:45, somewhere in that range is probably where he'll end up.
Yep. Now of course the conversation just turns towards gambling. That's the logical place for it to go, of course. Vegan Ultra Runner asks, are you staying up all night, Jamil? I'm gonna give it a shot. I still have 4 Red Bulls and unlimited espressos, so why not? Olivier could break the US age group record by more than an hour. Yeah, that's right. Awesome performance. Ryan Clifford has now put a mile on Ryan Montgomery after falling behind. Incredible.
And he's still adding to it.
And Nick Curry is now working his way up on Scott Traer. He's just a lap behind him, and he's running faster per lap.
Scott is about 300 meters ahead of Nick at this point, if they're on the same lap, or if Scott's a lap ahead.
All right, Steeltown runners in the chat. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Drinking a Monster in solidarity. Love it.
I didn't bring any energy drinks.
Uh-oh. Are you good?
For now. For now. As long as I'm walking back and forth, though, I'll be fine. The moment I sit down in my little de facto studio is the moment where things go south.
Let's see. One of the signs that Zach was approaching this better than his prior attempts, he's wearing a race belt for his bib, anticipating wardrobe changes. These little things matter. Let's see. Is Chris cameraman on Strava? Chris, you want to respond to that? Did you say you're taking a break maybe?
No, I'm here. I'm here. I am indeed on Strava. I actually did Strava the first part of my shift. My name, I can't even remember my name. I can't remember if it's my first and last or my first and middle name.
Tom Rogozinski chimes in, similar to Edit Berses, who is a legend in her own right. Trishul Churns is an old guard ultra legend. He has run 538 for 6 days in 1986, 1,000 miles in 13 days, and 50 days for the 3,100 in New York. And he's still doing ultras. That's awesome. Very, very honored to have all of these people here in the chat hanging out. Chris, does it look like the records team is starting to assemble and prepare and get ready for this blitz of 100-mile split times coming?
I can check on them. That would be Julie and Haley, and I assume probably John Grushek as well. I am under Strava under my.
Can you speak up a little closer to the mic, Chris? A little hard to hear you.
Yeah, sorry. I think I might switch microphones. This one is keeps falling off my collar. Julie and Haley seem to have it under control. I think that John Marushek is probably going to help them with the record tracking. And somebody asked about my Strava. I'm under my name, Chris Warden, Warden.
We had some more shout outs in the comments. Tim wrote, Rogozinski ran the 1992 Trans Am during the Steel Town Runner. At 22 years old, he was leading the race for a stretch before developing a stress fracture. Tracy Outlaw is on site, yes. Vanessa Klein says, hi, Chris.
Hi, Vanessa. Hope the East Coast is treating you well.
All right, Chris, I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Got a pack of runners coming in. Of course, here is Harvey Lewis, who's currently got the number 2 slot on the national team. Ryan Montgomery looks like he's going to be throwing a layer on here. So he's going short sleeve first, and maybe long sleeve later. First, we've got Bob Hearn and Nick Curry coming through. Tucson representing the Pima Pirates, Jordan Camastro. Our current leader, Olivier LeBlanc, coming through. As has been mentioned before, Olivier is going to be stopping at the 100-mile mark, but he is moving extremely well. He's already locked into a 24-hour national team slot, so his goal here was to come in and improve upon his personal best, which was 13:32 for the 100-miler, and he's going to shatter that. He's looking at, by our estimates and by the estimates of his crew, somewhere in the 12:40 to 12:45 range. So he's going to be breaking his own personal best at the 100-miler by a good 45 minutes potentially. I'm going to see if I can grab a monitor here so I can follow along and answer any questions that any of the audience might have.
No, that's fine. Just whatever's left over.
All right, I'm going to set up shop here on one end of the track. John Marushek, when I mentioned that he might be helping out with marking spots, he said he's about to go to bed. I don't think that that'll be a problem. I'll stack some chicken McNuggets at the 100-mile point, and we'll find you there in a short order. Bart Top did his treadmill run on the North Slope of Alaska, watching all these amazing athletes. Thank you so much for streaming this. Hey, Bart, thanks for tuning in. We're doing this because we want to be able to bring this race to an audience that wants it. This is an amazing event. I've been here. This is my third year being a part of the stream, and even if I weren't streaming this, I would be out here hanging out. I would be out here watching. I would be out here cheering on and celebrating what these athletes are doing. So we're glad that we have an audience that is enjoying what we're putting together. Brother John, do any of these folks provide their heart rates? Melissa Lysak is running just under 9-minute miles. Wonder what her heart rate is. That's a good question. I mean, we don't have any live tracking of heart rates, but perhaps on Strava afterwards, they might have that as part of their data package. As mentioned, Jake Jackson, I know, is wearing a heart rate monitor and has his information available. Google bought me, followed me. Well, thank you, Google bought me. I appreciate that. Ryan, what is Ryan Clifford wearing? I think that was actually answered. He's wearing a black and yellow, I believe, singlet, and a blue headband or buff of some kind. John, you were up at 2:40 to help set up this joint. Well, thank you, because without your efforts, this wouldn't be possible. So we appreciate what you did, and we know that you work hard on race weekends especially. So thank you. And like I said, if you come back out here, we'll see if we can get you some chicken McNuggets.
We had a question differentiating between the Ryans, so Ryan Clifford versus Ryan Montgomery. Ryan Clifford has kind of a white and black singlet with letters on it, like almost like a school jersey type of singlet. His hair's in a little bit of a bun on top. And yeah, I mean, I can see Montgomery. I had a photo of him earlier.
Montgomery has just switched to a white top. He was running shirtless for a while. Also had a crop top.
Also, the comments are helping us out too, looks like. All right, starting to get comments about my wardrobe change. Appreciate it. Got a little holiday spirit here for you.
Nice. That's a fantastic sweater.
Ornery Mule Racing says I need to head to Illinois and do the Frozen Gnome 50K one year. All right. I still have yet to do a Midwest race, so I got to make it out here. I said I would, I think, like a year and a half ago, so I got to pick something to do. What am I eating? I've got a little cup of noodle. Good stuff.
Well, that sounds good.
Yeah. Well, it's actually a veggie noodle soup. It's my quick and easy meal in the office here. And I have like a giant thing of water, which I'm not very hydrated.
Steeltown Runner mentioned a number for Olivier to chase is Mike Arnstein's 12:57 high at this very race 5 years ago. I believe that we're thinking, along with his crew, that he could be in the 12:40 to 12:45 range. So that's entirely possible.
Less than 2 miles to go right now.
Yeah,
it's gonna be like 15 minutes.
And he's still popping 2 to 2:10 loops, I believe.
No, I'm fine. It feels good without my shirt on.
I love the trackside banter between runners and their crew.
Yeah, that's true. So Camille's world record, 12:42:39. I guess that would be a mark to hit, huh? We'll see. Someone's saying he's projecting 12:44 for Olivier. We'll see. I don't know if that's down to the exact mile or like the exact spot or just the lap. So we'll see what it comes out to be.
I just realized I might need to get my phone charged up a little bit to get ready for this flurry of.
Yeah, please do that.
Yeah. I can still keep it in a spot where we can actually look down the track.
If you want to switch to the other camera angles for a little bit, I can. It's up to you.
That would be great. That would be great.
Get that set up.
I'll be right back. Okay.
Right, we're getting our mobile cam charged up. Twelve and a half hours. That was a quick half hour, in my opinion. And Olivier Leblond, it's 98.42. Does the last column represent how long their last lap took? That's correct. Their most recent lap is displayed there, so you can kind of see relatively, you know, how fast or slow someone's going. You can see Zach Bitter, 5:42, maybe had a slower lap there for some reason. But yeah, a lot of these runners are still cranking them out. We have a call out for an ultra running community in Dutch Harbor, Alaska. So if anyone's out there in Dutch Harbor, make sure you find your friend in the chat here. Yeah, I can hear you. I had a question. What is the time for Jack Bitter's 12-hour record on the track again? 12 hours. Is it joke time? Now people are commenting about my needle eating, so now I'm going to hide myself. Good luck, everyone. All right. Sorry to, all the slurping is done. Sorry to disappoint you all. I'm on it. I'm on it. You want the weather update? I see. I see. Weather update commencing. It's not really going down by much. 56 and 13 is what I got. Weather.com. That's where we're getting it from. Bring back the slurps. Oh gosh. No, we're done with that. All right. What else is going on here, everyone? Seems like the chat's getting a little spicier. I like it. Will we see the 100-mile mark on live stream? You absolutely will. Chris, are you ready to go, bud? We got to get set up here. We're coming up on it. Okay, we're going to get this in position. Chris, I'm going to get you on the screen. Chris, are you ready? Can you hear me? We're like one lap to go. You got to get up there. Are you using Chris Cam? I don't see it. You should be coming up on it like right now.
You got me, Jamel?
Yeah. Okay. I think we should be live. Talk to us, Chris. What's happening? On the backside, yep. Can everyone hear us all right? Looks like we're coming in. Let's see if we see the water around. See if we start pitch area. Chris, you want to move in slightly? All right, everyone. Looks like Olivier LeBlanc coming in for 100 miles right here. This will be an unofficial time. Our clock is a little bit off. And here he goes. All right. Right around maybe 12, maybe just under 12:42. I think we'll have to see what the official time was. Maybe Chris can find out for us. And Chris, your mic is a little loud. I can't hear you, Chris, just FYI. Yeah, thank you. I understand the audio is bad. Chris, we can't really hear you. I'm going to turn your mic down. All right. Well, I'm not sure what's going on with his. Sorry, we're not sure why we're getting this wind noise still. There we go. All right. Well, looks like maybe Chris can text me if he has an unofficial time. We'll try and get that out to you guys as soon as we can. Oh, Chris says in the chat 12:41:57. So that's our time for Olivier. And that is a pretty big PR for him. He did, I guess, go under Camille's world record time for women. So that's kind of cool. And I'm not sure. I'm sure some of our records keepers in the chat here might update us on what that might be in terms of all time or how it stacks up. But it's definitely really great performance. I could probably look up on our all-time Desert Solstice list. And see where that ranks us. So a 12:41, according to my records, is the 5th fastest all time for Desert Solstice. Ahead of him would be Mark Hammond's 12:35, John Olson's 12:29, Zach Bitter has an 11:47 and 11:40. And Michael Arnstein is our other sub 13 in 12:57. So those sub 13s don't come around very often. So we just witnessed something really pretty amazing there. Matt Anderson, a little update on Nick Curry. He's now moved into 4th position as long as Olivier is done and has stopped, which I believe he has. So he'll quickly rise to 4th, and we'll see how that plays out. 35th all-time on a very informal list. Thank you, Steeltown Runner. That gives us a rough idea. Sub 13, always noteworthy. Very, very good. So pretty awesome. Vegan ultra runner. I wonder if Michael Arnstein is still living off a pure fruit diet. That is a great question that we all, I think, still wonder about. All right. Like I said before, this should get pretty interesting. We are going to see a slew of 100-mile split times here. We'll try and get as many of them as we can. We'll see how that goes. Looks like the team is doing something over there. Trying to figure out exactly what they're doing. Olivier has crossed the mat for he's over 100 now, according to the results. It looks like he just walked it out in, I had missed him coming across, but in 12:45. So it took him a couple more minutes. His last lap, 3:44. So he just kind of walked it out, looks like. Looks like we got the Chris Cam back. Chris, you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, the wind has picked up quite a bit, as you can see with the cones.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm gonna help them get the cones set up a little bit.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's really blowing around there, huh?
Yeah, they're all over the infield now. So,
Like a
a
sustained
little bit
wind
of
or
a
just
stick camera. I'm gonna let
Okay.
this chart and also gonna help them get things kind of battened down a little bit.
Right on.
All right, thanks.
All right. So, yeah, great observation there. It sounds like, yeah, they had a bit of wind blow through there, blew around strong enough to blow some cones over. They might be securing some tents, just getting ready. So I know we'll have a lot more going through the 100-mile mark here pretty soon. So we'll hopefully get that all figured out and settled. So Andy Carr says that Olivier broke the men's 45 to 49 age group record for the U.S. by 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 2 seconds. It's amazing. He broke a mark that was set as a split in a 161-mile 24-hour. So that's a little context. I guess someone in that age group hasn't run a pure 100 maybe, but He beat Wally Hayward's South Africa longtime world mark of 12:46.34, set in 1953 also. So it looks like someone has a weather report. The wind is going to pick up to 10 miles an hour at midnight and then settle down. And that was Rich Ryopel who had that record before him. Thank you guys. It's really it's just great having all of you in the chat helping us keep up with all these records and all the stats. So we'll see how this wind affects the runners, if it does at all. I mean, obviously they're going in circles, so I guess on part of the track you're going to have a headwind, and part of the track you're going to have a little bit of a tailwind. So not sure if that's going to be a wash or if it's going to actually slow you down. Olivier is now 9th on the US 100-mile all-time list, according to Trishul Churns. Trent is asking, what records are still being chased? That is a great question. I believe Marissa Lysak might be chasing something. Let me pull up the records tracker here, but some guys in the chat might know right offhand. Oh, and the link that I linked to with the records tracker, that's just one of them. There is a time records tracker and a distance records tracker. So that's only one of them. So Marissa Lysak looks like she is way ahead of, potentially ahead of the American women's age group 40 to 44 24-hour record, which is 1:48. And she's projected to go way above that at this point in time. So that would be one. Jacob Jackson, American men's 40 to 44 24-hour age group record. That's still a possibility. I'm trying to see if there's any other likely ones here. Steeltown Runners asking about urine testing on site. Yes, if we always have drug testing for world records. We will have a drug tester on call for this event. So in case we do need it, we will have it. James Abraham is asking, are a lot of other runners stopping at 100 or most going for 24 hours? That's kind of the big question mark. You never quite know what's going on in someone's head. They might stop at 100 and call it good. It's an easy stopping point. You kind of still feel like you walk away with something. But I guess we'll see pretty soon here. Ryan Clifton is coming up on his 100. He's about 2.5 miles away right now. So at his pace he is running, that could be here in about 20 minutes, less than 20 minutes. So, and then we'll have couple more, and then it's going to be nonstop for a while. Andy Carr says Marissa just got the 200 kilometer. Wait. Oh. Okay, so Marissa, she set the 200K record recently and could beat that today. So she hasn't yet, obviously, because we're not even over 100 yet. Nick Curry is still looking strong as ever. pumping out the 209 laps, except for Ryan Clifford. Nick is now the fastest runner on the track. Steeltown Runner kind of correctly says that the 24-hour starts in another 3 hours. That's kind of true. What is that? 16 hours in? Sounds about right. You got 8 hours to go. Nick is in the next percents. Yeah. Eric Nicolason says, Jamil, thanks for hosting. I'm looking forward to my first 100K in Black Canyon in February. All right. Hopefully we'll pull that off for you. All right, we got an update from Ultrarunning History on Giannis Kouros's marks, his progression on his record-setting 188-mile run. Always kind of fun to track his progress and see where everyone stacks up. So at the 13-hour mark, which we will hit here in just a couple minutes, Giannis Kouros was at 107.5 miles during his record run. Cody is asking, what are the age groups for 100 miles? Do they start at 35 into 39? Is that the first one? Or does it start at 40? I think it depends if it's world or American. Is Chris interviewing Olivier? That would be great. I don't know quite right now. He might be charging up at the moment. So the US starts at 40 to 44 as the first age group. Someone asked, what version of Hoka is Marissa Lizak wearing? All right, Camille's back in the chat. How's it going, Camille? Reed is looking for who Marissa is. She's the one in the bright yellow top. Everything I just said, you didn't hear any of it. Great. All right. We are just over 13 hours here into Desert Solstice, and we are coming up on Ryan Clifford's 100 mile. He is just about 4 laps away right now. We're good now. We're just talking in the chat room. There's speculation that Ryan is going to stop at the 100-mile mark. Is this confirmed? We want to hear it in the chat. Can you can hear me now, right? I need some confirmation that you can hear me. I believe you can hear me. Do you believe you can hear me? Audio off, video frozen. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, great. Wonderful. So what's happening here? Unconfirmed rumors that Ryan Clifford will stop. He is charging right now. We're going to make sure, hopefully we can get our team. Ryan said pre-race that he was going full send for 24 hours. All right. Biggest surprise from Steel Town Runner is Nick Curry ahead of Bitter. I think it's more aptly maybe that Bitter is behind Nick Curry, because I think Nick Curry had his trajectory set. And he had a 2:46 lap. Maybe that was a pit stop. That was his first major stop, I believe. We'll see what this lap was. He should be back on track, hopefully. And we'll see here. 2:46. All right, we have confirmation. Sounds like we have conflicting reports in the chat room here that Tracy Outlaw may have said that Clifford is stopping at 100. He's on site. The Clifford fan club in the chat room says he's going full send all 24. Yeah, Nick now has a 2:46 lap, folks. I don't know. Just don't know what to think about that. All right. So looks like we are closing in. Ryan Clifford just has maybe 2 laps left before his 100. He's at 400 already. And we'll see if our mobile Chris Cam comes back online or not. I'll be ready and waiting here if it does. If not, we'll watch him racing around. All right, Nick Curry's back, 2:03 lap. That's what I'm talking about. Zach Bitter has got some layers on and he's power hiking. He might power hike it to 100, it looks like. We'll see. That's just speculation on my part. Do we know what happened to Zach? There was, I haven't been on site all day, but it sounds like something with his leg, maybe a cramp out. I'm not sure. Zach said he was determined to stay on the track for the full 24. Okay, so we'll see what happens. We'll see if that was enough of injury. I just saw Ryan Clifford went by again, lap 401. So he's coming around one more time. Not sure if we're going to get a live feed, unfortunately, for the Clifford fans. Hey, I just saw a cone get knocked. What was that all about? Just don't know about that. So the full 100 is 4:02 and about 100 and a little bit of change. So Ryan Clifford, when he comes back around this time, oh, look at that. Jordan Camastro just stopped, reset up a cone, kept running. What a good Samaritan. There you go. Sets it right back up. It's amazing. Code got kicked by the wind. Sure. Let's see. Our boy, Ryan Clifford, where's he at? He's coming in. He's going to be maybe a 13:11, 13:12. Here he's coming around for lap 4:02. There it is. Lap 4:02. Oh, Chris is live. Yeah, I see ya.
All right, good. The gimbal's taking a nap, but I figured I could
That's
just
fine.
be somewhat-
Phone. All right, we have the
Yeah.
Chris Cam here for Ryan Clifford's 100-mile finish. We're going to be probably right around 13:11, folks. Spectacular performance there, including struggling laps. Here he is. Ryan Clifford, 100 miles, 13:11.
Let's see what the judge is. 13:11, 34.
13:11:34. All right. Congratulations, Ryan Clifford. Now we'll see what happens. Is there any indication he's stopping or is he continuing?
Oh, he's continuing, and he's continuing to move fast.
All right. So
Unless
sounds
he
like he
just wants to get it done.
okay. So he wants to complete that lap and then we'll see.
So just in case there's an anomaly that we find later, he's just finishing this lap and doing one more as an insurance policy on the 100.
Okay. So Haley just let me know that he's doing an extra lap as an insurance policy on his 100, just in case there's any sort of discrepancy, that he is expected to call it a day.
All right, so he's going to finish that lap out, maybe get one more in if there is any sort of records issue with the event. Always a good idea. Steel Town Runner says Camille Herron split 13:10 in her 167-mile 24-hour at Worlds. Very cool.
Speaking of, it sounds like Camille is made herself available if we've got time. Yeah, Brian.
Camille confirms 13:25 split at Desert Solstice and 13:10 split at 24-hour World Championships. Very cool to have so many legends of, I guess, the fixed time world, the fast, flat track and road running world right here in our live stream hanging out with us. Very, very cool. And looking ahead, we have lots and lots of 100-mile split points on deck. Next up will be Ryan Montgomery. He is currently at 97.2 miles. Then we'll have Jacob Jackson at 93, Nick Curry 92, and then it just lines right up. We got 91, 91, 87, 87, 86, 65, 54, 22. It's going to be fun. I think Camille and Steel Town Runner just figured out that Edit Bursies is in the chat room here. And yep, it's good times.
Oh,
Oh,
I might need to fix things.
all right. All right, so Ryan Clifford has now completed an extra lap, and I lost track of him there, but we'll see if he's truly done or if he's going to continue on. Olivier LeBlanc is, of course, the winner of our 100 miler here at Desert Solstice this year, and he has stopped running. So he was surpassed by a lap by Ryan Clifford, and we'll see if we had a pretty strong understanding that Ryan was going to stop at this point. He still ran that last lap in 146, so I don't know. Maybe he wants to keep going. If he puts in a few more laps, he'll probably end up going ahead of quite a few people. We got Ryan Montgomery, Jacob Jackson, and Nick Curry all running in the 206, 208 range right now. They're the fastest runners on the track. And I think all three of those guys, they're just going to go right through 100 on their way to 24 hours. Chris, do you have any sense if Ryan Clifford is done?
Pass around 66 to 72, I think.
We did see that. We were actually sorry about that. We were actually concerned because you did seem to walk for an extended period of time. Was there something in particular? Was that something that was planned that kind of went longer than you expected?
Thank you. No, my quads every time I took a step was like someone punching me, so it was bad. And then I actually ended up going on the ground over there because my calves and my quads seized. But then I was able to recover, get them walking in, and be able to bring it back home and just kind of keep grinding it. The only like 7:30 pace wasn't feeling like comfortable, so I actually went a little bit faster, and that felt a lot more comfortable and sustainable for me. So that's kind of what kept me going. Yeah.
Well, the live stream and the audience definitely caught on to what you were doing, because all of a sudden you started dropping 146s and 147s after we were concerned whether or not you were going to be able to turn it around. And boy, not only did you turn it around, you just started shooting past runners. Every lap it seemed like you were passing at least 2 or 3 consistently. So it seemed like whatever you caught, it definitely was working for you.
Yeah, I knew I had a chance to get second against Ryan, and I saw I was like 7 or 8 laps behind him, and I was like, oh, I can do this, and I kept putting laps on him, and it felt good to be able to do that. And then eventually got to like 400 meters, and then I passed him, and then I was like, oh, I got this. So I kind of just kept strong at that. Well, congratulations. And what was your previous PR in the 100 miler? 14:47. Oh, so you blew it out by, yeah, that's fantastic. Well, congratulations, Ryan. Thank you so much. Great job out there. Yep, thanks.
All right. There, man himself, Ryan Clifford, congratulations. Big time 100-mile PR, done for the day out there. Solstice coming in second place. Really great to see that. Still, people in the chat urging him to get back out there. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he is fully done. He's has met that chair. He's met his match for today, but great job. Coming up, Ryan Montgomery, Jacob Jackson, Nick Curry, Scott Trayer, all heading towards 100, and Marissa Lysak, our lead women. She is 91 miles. We're going to have lots of 100-mile marks coming up, and I believe all of the next few runners, they're going to go right on through and continue towards 24. Someone asked what happened to Nick. He had a 2:38 lap. He actually had a 2:46 lap. Might have been a bathroom break. That's the thing. That's the only thing I can think of. Or maybe I haven't looked at his shoes. I don't know if he had some other sort of a change or something, but I'm sure we'll find out in the post-mortem what happened right there. It looks like our team is on cone duty for quite a while. I think we need to get some heavier duty cones for next year. They keep blowing around and blowing onto the track. Mrs. Pope calling it out. Spotted that cone in the middle of the lane. They were able to grab it. Thank you.
the presentation. I mean, so I think that this is going to be the standard. Yeah, this is well put on. Let's do that award. Show us that bling. Thank you. To show that they already have the time on there and everything. Yeah, already has the time burnt into it.
His time is already on his award there. Did you guys see that? Pretty cool. Chris,
you can see the wind is kind of.
The award already has the time engraved on it?
Absolutely, absolutely. They're all, they're actually engraving them as the runners complete their 100 milers.
Nice.
As you can see, the wind is really starting to mess with things. Runners are putting on long sleeves that I don't think would otherwise be putting on long sleeves. And keeping the cones upright has been a losing battle for sure.
Tell them they have heavier cones sitting on the truck.
I will do that.
I did try and update our weather. It's still showing 58. I'm sure with the wind chill, it's a little bit chillier and cooler out there.
Yeah, everybody else put on layers. Jake took his layers off.
All right. Ryan, Jake, and Nick can probably, yeah, he's shirtless now, so it must not be that cold.
I'll disagree with him on that.
All right, Ryan Montgomery is now up to 399 laps. So he's got 2 more and a little bit of change before his 100.
Congratulations again, Ryan. Great job, man. Oh, good job.
Chris, can you help us identify Ryan Montgomery when he comes by?
I can.
Thank you. We had a request in the chat.
I believe he's coming up in just a little bit here.
Yeah, he has the gray jacket on.
Yeah.
And
this
is that a white?
Coming up after Zach and Jake. Here's Ryan right here, coming up on the 100-mile mark.
Ryan, he's got the gray jacket, he's got a white baseball cap that's backwards. So Ryan's now on lap 401. Also looking for an update on Zach. I believe Zach is layered up and just walking right now. His lap time of 4:19 would indicate that as well. You can see the tablecloths being blown around there. Tents are shaking a little bit, so definitely windy. See if that becomes a factor as they go around. Chris, does it feel like there's any wind block, at least from the bleachers or the stands in the center part of the track, or is it just kind of whipping through?
Unfortunately, no, because the wind is hitting north to south, and the bleachers are on the east and west side of the stadium. So we're getting a headwind as the runners approach the north, and then a tailwind, and they are coming from the south.
Yeah, so they're Aravaipa aid stations are only runners crew aid stations. And the Aravaipa one's the big white one, and the crew ones have their own as well. So all those tents lined up, all those 10 by 10 pop-ups, those are all just the individual crew ones. All right, looks like they're getting in line here. Ryan Montgomery, I believe, still has another lap, according to, as long as my records are correct.
Yeah.
Ultrarunning history, dropping another little fact here. Back in the 1870s, when this was a major spectator sport, the agony of the participants forms the chief attraction to the public. And here we are, watching it still, 150 years later. All right, looks like what, one more?
No, that's it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you sure you guys have one more lap, or are the results behind?
13:35:54.
I must have a delay in the results here. Chris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you, Jamil. Can you hear me? Jamil's concerned that there's a...
Are we just not getting up? We just may not be getting updates.
I'll stay here and grab it.
Haley said that they unplugged the timing to reset it, so
So it's
that could have
behind.
created a discrepancy for sure.
Okay. Yeah, because he's been paused at like 400.
I mean,
So-
he has not stopped moving, so yeah, if they show him paused at 400, then
All right. So those of you, yeah, we are aware of the timing not being updated.
is he that close?
No.
So I'm sure they're going to get that updated here in a little bit.
So once again, the unofficial is 13:37:54. I think they said.
13:37:54.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it would be less than 13:37:54 because he crossed 403 laps in 13:37:17. So probably more like maybe 13:35:54, something like that. That could be more likely.
I'll confirm with.
It's all good. I think, yeah, it seems like everything is now updated again. So we've got about 15 laps until Jake Jackson hits his 100-miler, and then Nick is going to be just 5 laps behind that. And when you start to look down the list, about every like 7 to 12 laps or less, sometimes only 2 or 3 separate some of these athletes. Jordan and Bob Hearn are on the same lap. You got Zach Bitter and Joe Schmal on the same lap. Jeffrey Urbanski's only 2 ahead of him. So it's going to be pretty exciting here for a while. And Chris, Ryan Montgomery just continued right on.
Yeah, he's sticking around.
All right. So it looks like we got our first runner that is continuing on towards 24. Nick and Jake will obviously continue as well. And we'll see what Marissa does when she gets there.
Good job, Zach.
Zach, despite not being able to run right now, continues to march on. It's all part of the sport. Ryan is continuing, finally. Yes. Camille is dropping some wisdom over in the chat. If you guys are not tuned into the chat, we've got a lot of legends in the sport interacting, sharing, talking about nutrition right now. all kinds of things in there. Go be sure to check it out if you guys are tuning in. We still have about 370 people here on YouTube, another 20 in Facebook, and 3 on Twitter. So thank you guys for being with us. We understand people are all over the world tuning in, different times of day, different times of night. Enough to jump into an event like Desert Solstice. I would say maybe not recommended, but you know. Oh, it looks like we lost one of our camera feeds here. Oh, there it's back. I'm sure hitting the 14-hour mark is kind of significant. I think when you're running these ultras, and if in any way you can break it up into smaller chunks, it's always a good idea to do that. So at 14 hours, once that rolls over, you're in like the single digit hours left. So you go from, 10 to just 9 and some change to go. And that could be potentially a mental boost considering you had 24. Now it's just 9. And then that'll just start to tick away. Desert Solstice 1870 was the first race we said. I don't understand. We were talking about a race in 1870, but it wasn't Desert Solstice. First year of that one was 2010. You can still hear some of that wind out there.
Still feel it.
You can still feel it. You can see it, maybe. You can see the tent walls flapping around a bit.
You can see the cones in the tent, yeah.
Looks like we're going to have to update our little leaderboard here in a minute.
Yeah, Ryan continuing on and looking strong.
Lauren asks, Jamil, do you miss being trackside? Absolutely. Yeah, it is weird not being out there. I mean, I kind of feel like I'm out there because I know what the setup is and I know what's going on. But yeah, the physical presence, definitely missing it. But 2020, the physical presence is not in this year all the time. So, but I'm really happy to be here with all you guys and bringing this to you. So definitely feels good. Mary Vertmist, Artie boy.
He's in the studio.
Tell him I'm locked in the studio.
Well, Jordan says hello.
Jordan, hi.
He's been fantastic today. You can tell he's really enjoying himself out here.
Jordan
Perhaps
is?
more than any other runner. Yeah, he's really got a spring in his step, and just his attitude is every time he goes by me, he's got some sort of smile, hand signal, or what have you. He really seems to be just happy to be out here and competing and doing a great job too. I think that I had a message with Jordan, and I think that he just kind of wanted to, getting here was the goal and qualifying for it. And not only has he gotten here, he's showing he belongs.
Yep. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he's right up there. 90 miles.
Absolutely.
Legit. That's really cool to see.
Yeah, for sure. Jordan's also, if you follow him on Strava, puts together some ridiculous training runs too. It's every so often I'll see him drop 60 or 70 on dirt roads outside of Tucson. He puts up some extremely high training mileage.
Nice. Charlie Seymour chimes in. I've lost to Jordan in a few races. It's always an honor. Charlie, you from Tucson? You a Pima Pirate? Got Pima Pirates in the house.
Absolutely. Aaron Dial is crewing Jordan, so got a couple on site for sure.
Ultrarunning history in 1978, when Park Barner ran an American record 152 miles, he drank 3 quarts of Gatorade, 2 quarts of orange juice, 1 quart of coffee, and 1.5 gallons of water. He ate frozen chocolate cookie dough. There we go. Oh, Charlie says, I am from Tucson, but not a Pima Pirate. Touche. All right, the time of day here in Arizona, for those of you wondering, because of course we just have a 1348 number up there. It's 9:49 p.m. and we won't expect a sunrise until 6:30 in the morning. So we've got, full night ahead of us here. We will be continuing to live stream through the whole event, and I'm going to attempt to stay awake the entire time, because if my brother can run for 24 hours, I surely can stay awake for 24 hours, right?
The aid station crew hard at work, prepping for runners. Of course, as the day turns into night and the temperature drops, I think that some of the offerings will change and expand. There'll probably be a run on ramen and broth, as well as I know that they were serving sloppy joes earlier, and I know that there are oftentimes a couple of soup options, usually a vegetable soup and maybe a chili. I don't know what the aid station has, but one of the great things about Aravaipa races, and the Solstice in particular, is that you tend to accommodate as many runners as possible as far as with what they need. So.
Absolutely. A couple things in the comments here. We've got what are the qualifications to compete in this race? You can go to aravaiparunning.com and check out Desert Solstice. It has all of the qualifications. You can run a fast time at 50 miles, 100K, 100 miles, or 24 hours to qualify. There's an A and B standard. We take the A standards first. We pull from the B standards. And yes, Edit Bernice says, Jamil, you surely agree that good brothers are the greatest gifts you can have. Absolutely. Charlie Seymour, I need to try some Freak Brothers pizza sometime. I would highly recommend it. It's really, really good these days, and just a few miles from the track here in Phoenix.
Next year, if all these people online want to come out here, it'll give you a reason to get Freak Brothers out here.
Yeah, in the future when we can have spectators again.
Absolutely. One of the best things about an Aravaipa race is the Freak Brothers pizza and the Husk beer afterwards.
Tyler, just checking in. I was here 2 hours ago when Olivier was closing in on 100. Did he drop from the race? He stopped at 100. He ran a personal best by what, an hour? No, 45 minutes or something. 12:41, and he ended his run at 100.
Yeah, he improved by 49 minutes on his 100.
All right, Jacob Jackson, 98 miles. So he's closing in on his 100. It'll be probably around 14:10. And next up after that will be Nick Curry. And he's just about 4 to 5 laps behind Jake Jackson. Artie Boy asks, no barefoot runners, not this year.
I just heard Ryan Montgomery's crew say to him, 70 miles to go. I believe he's at 103. I don't have it right in front of me right now, but it seems that he is shooting for the 172, 173 range. Yeah, he's still running. Looks like Zach Bitter is taking a break, consulting with his crew person slash wife, Nicole. Not quite sure what the circumstances are. Perhaps I'll get some more information. Dave P asking where Chris Hope is. He literally just passed me. Still moving. Still headed along. Matthew Beckham asks if Zach Bitter is hurt. Not sure. He is taking a break from the track at the moment. Ultra running history, dropping some knowledge on us. Giannis hit 114.9 miles at the 14-hour mark during his 188-mile run. That is just staggering to me and to everybody else. Dave mentioning Chris must have changed his shirt. Yeah, Chris is now wearing a long sleeve, light blue, purple kind of looking thing and a head wrap with donuts all over it. So I'll try my best to point him out the next time he goes by. Ryan's crew having a little bit of fun, dancing. When you're out here for 24 hours taking care of runners that are doing great things, sometimes you find ways to keep yourself going. Is that Ryan's engraved award right there? Yeah. Can I take a look at it? Awesome. Of course, as we mentioned, Aravaipa Artworks is actually doing the awards right on site. So for those that were asking, his time was 13:35:54. Great job by Ryan. And of course, he is the first person to hit the 100-mile mark. He was the third person to hit it But the first person to decide to keep going, there's Chris Pope, as somebody was asking about before. He's gone into sleeve. As Jamil had said earlier, Jake Jackson and Nick Curry are our next likely to 100. I'm going to double check that if I can here. Do I still have the neck scarf on? I do. It is actually not just for, I'll tell you what, even if we weren't wearing them for safety and consideration in light of our current situation, I would probably still be wearing it anyways because the wind is getting to me. It's kind of cold. See. Mrs. Pope is letting us know that Chris was getting blisters drained and rebandaged again. Yeah, that's one of the things I am so grateful to have this audience. It is truly an interactive experience. This event would not be taking place without people to watch it. And not only are you folks watching it, you're actively participating, and it's just like having you all here. To catch things up, it looks like Jamil is about to join us again here. But E134 2019 has boarded the Nick Curry train. It's rolling. Indeed it is. And as we mentioned, Nick is closing in on 100 miles. Jake Jackson is a hair closer, but Nick is not far off. Jake has hit mile 99 and Nick is about to hit mile 98. And one more before I feed it over to Jamil. And this is something I agree with. Having awards customized in real time is next level awesome. Jamil, while you were away, Aravaipa Artworks has already done the woodwork and the personalization for Ryan Montgomery's 100-mile award. And that is indeed next level awesome in my mind.
Dude, they're set up right there, huh?
They literally are. Actually, when we get a little lull in the action, maybe I'll actually head out to where they're doing it, and you can see what's going on.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Show the audience.
Yeah, maybe maybe after Nick, or we'll see. It gets pretty heavy after that. They're stacked up around mile 90 right now.
I think our best bet would probably be, assuming everything holds form, would be after maybe Scott Traer or Marissa Lysak. They're both in the mile 95, 96
Yeah,
range.
right after
And then
Scott Traer, you'd probably have 20 minutes before Jordan. So
yeah, there's a real production machine out there in the parking lot that is taking the results and making the awards as runners cross. And so not only do they have their times on them, but they're also, as in the case of Ryan's here, let's see if I can pull that up again really quick. Can I see this one more time, the award? Let me see if I can zoom in on this here for you. The piece is fine. But yeah, you can see that it has his time as well as the fact that he was in third place. So these awards are, personalized and done so in a timely manner. I don't know if I've seen a race that is able to kick them out this quickly. I think it's fantastic.
David Nimmons asked, what are the rules for the 100-mile award? It doesn't go to the first person to get 100. Yes, it does. So yeah, the podium for the 100 is Olivia LeBlond, then Ryan Clifford, and then Ryan Montgomery. So it was in that order. That's how they finished, and that's how they get the awards. All right, Jake Jackson is closing in, folks. He's 400 laps right now. He's on 401. He's got one more, and then he'll finish up. So we're going to be watching him come in here in just a minute. And he's going to continue right on through. He's ready to go. Is he still shirtless?
Yeah, he is. Everybody else started throwing on layers when the wind started to whip through. A few people with windbreakers, a few people with something a little bit heavier, and Jake is running in shorts and no shirt. And I actually even asked his wife about it, who was crewing him, and even she was kind of surprised at that.
A quick point in the chat room from Mrs. Pope. 145 usually needed to qualify for the team, but 155 is what generally you need to be competitive to make the team. That's a good point. Minimum standard is not enough anymore. It's getting competitive.
Well, absolutely. We were talking about that a little bit earlier, where we had one qualifier that was actually qualified for the team at this point, entering Solstice, that was under 151, I want to say, and that was who was that? It was last year's winner here at Desert Solstice. That was the time, or the mileage total.
There's Jake Jackson, 401 completed. So next time he comes through, he'll have about 150 yards and meters. He'll get there.
And you can see the timers over there as well.
You're doing the procession over to the 100-mile split point.
Yep. Jake's PR at the 100-mile for frame of reference was 13:33:01, and that was at Jackpot. Still a fantastic, looks like he's going to be in the 14:10 range, give or take a few seconds. Got about 300 meters left. Find ourselves at the 100-mile once again.
All right, 100-mile split point here. We've got our timing team ready, all bundled up.
Jake.
So here we are, Desert Solstice 2020. For those of you just tuning in, we're 14 hours and 10 minutes in. We're watching Jake Jackson with his 100-mile split point. He'll be coming through, and he's going for 24 hours. So we're now less than 10 hours to go, and he will just continue right on through.
Here comes Jake.
Here he goes. All right. So it'll probably be 14:10 something.
14:10:37.
14:10:37.
All right.
All three of them have agreement on that. And of course, Nick
is Nick Curry. We had a question from Michelle Hartwig. How often do runners switch directions? Every 4 hours. So our next. All right, next up, Nick Curry. He's on lap 398 right now. We got to get to 402 and some change, so he's got about a mile to go. A little over a mile to go. Nick, of course, 6 weeks ago ran 14 hours for 100 miles at Javelina 100, and now he's going to run slightly more than that. Oh, excuse me. Ultrarunning history. We've got a little fact for you. First known 24-hour attempt by a woman, 1827. Is that earlier than you would have thought? 1827, on a half-mile stretch of road in England, Mary McMullen, age 60, reached 92 miles in 24 hours. We're just getting all kinds of awesome little nuggets from ultrarunning history. Really happy to have Davey Crockett in the chat tonight, sharing some of his finds and wisdom with us. And if you guys don't know, he just announced it, but he's now the keeper of the Ultrarunning Hall of Fame. And Ann Trayson was just inducted this week into the Ultrarunning Hall of Fame. So thank you for carrying that torch on, Davey.
Time frame or
you weren't on when you were talking about that stuff. You can go now, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. What I was wondering was whether Davey could expand upon what merits induction into the hall and what what the selection process is.
Camille says you have to be retired for 10 years or turn 60, and turn 60 in August.
That makes sense.
She was quick on that. All right, looks like Nick Curry is on lap 400 right now.
What I'm wondering is Nick ahead of or behind his time from 2018? Let me pull that up if somebody else doesn't pull it up faster than me.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he's ahead.
In 2018, Nick hit the 100-miler in 15:33. So yeah, he's
over an hour. He's like an hour ahead. Over an hour ahead.
Wow.
Yeah, like an hour 15 ahead.
He's actually slightly ahead of Jake Jackson's pace from 2018 because Jake hit the the 100-mile in 14:19:34.
Probably be pretty close to that, don't you think?
Yeah. I think you said you've got one more lap.
Might have a couple.
Oh, to be close. And of course, Jake ended up. Of course, this is extrapolating a little bit further than it would be reasonably accurate.
2 laps to go.
So yeah, Jake finished at 157.6 that year. So
it'd be like,
and Nick had been,
it'd be like 14:20 here.
But interestingly, when Nick finished when he hit the 100-mile mark that year in 15:33, he finished with 155. So that's a big jump.
Well, and I think he's going to more negatively split. So I think he's going to be well into the 160s probably. Bart Top is asking, Nick splits are amazingly even. How does he run that consistent for that long? A lot of training and a lot of running the 24-hour over many, many years, to put it simply. And probably a lot of patience.
Somebody was asking if Zach was still taking a break. I don't believe that he is. No, he's across the track right now. He's walking, but he's moving.
So Nick ran 14:09 at Javelina about 6 weeks ago. And now he's going to run a 14:20 on his way to whatever he does today or tomorrow. I saw he just came through the start finish area. So he's got, I believe, one more full lap, and then he's got a partial one.
From the 100-mile mark. So, given what we know about Nick's split, probably about 14, 19, I'm going to say 14, 19, 16. And even if I'm wrong, I know I'm still going to be within 4 or 5 seconds either way.
Well, I think you're off by a lap, but that's just my count. But unless the timing system's off again.
I'm sorry, 14. I apologize. 14:21:16 was my guess. It's on 14:19 now.
Got it.
And we join the committee over here again at the 100-mile marker. Coming up, Marissa Lysak. She's close to the 100-mile mark as well. Scott Fair, approaching 2. Chris Pope.
Great for you guys putting this up for the live stream up. You bet. I just saw Nick flash by the start finish. So he's very close now.
Yep, he's about 50 yards away.
All right. There he goes. Yay. Now you have 9 hours and 40 minutes to run still.
14:21:08.
14:21:08. I was off by 8 seconds. All right, you said I've got a few minutes that we can head out to take a look at the setup for the...
Yeah, we got about 20 minutes probably for Marissa.
Let's do it.
So you're going to show us the artwork setup?
Absolutely. So when you leave the actual track area, here's the bouncers table. And this is amazing to me because right outside here, we've got a full-blown printer setup. Is there one being made right now, or?
No, but we can set one up real quick.
Okay, as long as we have one coming. Okay, so
we've got the raw awards here, the placards, and of course we'll plug this. You can follow on at Aravaipa Artworks on Instagram or Aravaipa Artworks on Facebook.
Getting ready.
Okay, so this is kind of an example because you already did one for Ryan. Okay. They're just showing us the process here.
Ultrarunning history just mentioned 2 sub 15-hour 100s within 6 weeks. How many have accomplished that? I don't know. Very few. That's what Nick just did, without even really missing a beat in his training. So it just goes to show you how resilient he is, and hopefully that bodes well for the next 9.5 hours of his run here. So yeah, what you're looking at right here is an example of what Aravaipa Artworks can do and is doing. We've got our on-site laser engraver here making placards for our podium awards that have the finish time engraved right on them. And then it'll be finished off into the award and given out to the podium contenders pretty much within a few minutes of them crossing that line. Big shout out to Louis, who's out there with the whole setup. He brought it all out there, wanted to do this for, even though there's just a handful of runners, he wanted to come out and make this happen for them to have these personalized.
Thanks, Louis. Appreciate it.
For sure.
There we go.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic that Louis is out here to do that. I mean, I could, I saw a couple of these first awards go out, and the runners were legit surprised. It's one thing to be handed first place if you're the first place finisher, and it's all determined. But it's another thing entirely to have it personalized and etched with your name and your time. Before you've even had a chance to rub out all of the pain.
How's Marissa looking out there, Chris? Have you got a sense of it? Does she look strong as earlier? Like she's going to keep going right on through?
I've barely noticed any difference in what Marissa is doing now as opposed to 12 hours ago.
Awesome.
She is looking fantastic. I have not paid close attention to her splits. It's I look when I can, but Marissa is, last I saw, had a significant lead amongst the women, and she looks like she's doing fantastic.
As you can see, if you're looking at the leaderboard, we have 6 runners in the 90-mile range, and you got 5 more in the upper 80s right after them. So we've got quite the collection or grouping of athletes here that are all just getting ready to get to that 100-mile mark here. I don't know if any of you guys out there in the chat room This is pretty. This to me seems pretty cool. I don't think we've ever seen something quite like this at Solstice before. This deep of a field at this stage in the event, and it'll be really exciting to see how many of them continue to 24.
The more the merrier.
Right now in the chat, they're talking about. They were kind of referencing Nick's sub 15-hour hundreds, and it sounds like there was a time when Spartathlon butted up right with the 24-hour World Championship, and we had a couple athletes that ran real strong times at Spartathlon, turned it right around for 4 to 5 weeks later, and had really great high performances at the 24-hour as well. So it has been done, as they say.
I'm going to step away from this camera for a moment,
Sounds good.
but I'll leave it here.
Okay, yeah, we can just leave it running for now. Hey, hey. All right. We are heading into 14 and a half hours in to the Desert Solstice 2020. Ryan Montgomery is our event leader right now, and he is still clicking off low 2-minute laps. It's currently just shy of 107 miles. Jake Jackson and Nick Curry are 1 mile apart right now. Nick is running slightly faster, so theoretically, I don't know, over a period of maybe an hour or two, he could catch him, depending on if they stick on course. We have Olivia LeBlond and Ryan Clifford both stopped at 100 miles. They were first and second to reach 100 miles. Marissa Lizak, who won Desert Solstice last year outright, she is nearing her 100-mile mark, so she has 1 mile to go. And right behind Marissa, we've got a slew of other athletes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Got about 10, 11 athletes that are within 10 miles of her. So it's going to go pretty quick. We're going to have probably every 5 or 7 minutes people finishing 100 miles or passing 100 miles here. All right, Montgomery is cruising. Man, who's right behind him? They are running strong as well. Is that Harvey Lewis? Yeah, it looks like it might be Harvey.
Yeah, it is Harvey, and he looks like he's recovered nicely. He had a few slow laps there.
Yeah, he just ran a 2:07 there. Ryan Montgomery just ran a 1:59. Harvey, of course, was runner-up to Courtney at Big's Backyard just a couple months ago. And here he is, back at it, going after 24 hours. Can Ryan stay ahead of Nick? That is what we're asking in the chat room. Well, that is yet to be seen, huh? Currently, he's running faster. Will that strategy pay off? That is the question. All right, Marissa Lap 400 is complete. And it looks like the records team is making their way over across the track. We're now down to 55 degrees, 13 Celsius, approximately on the track right now. Last year at Desert Solstice, Marissa ran a 14:50 for her 100-mile split. And it looks like she'll be a little bit under that this time around. Ultrarunning history, drop in a fact here. The first known woman to accomplish a sub-24-hour 100 was Carrie Parker of Illinois in 1877. Her father said it ruined her life, drove her insane, and she was soon sent to an asylum. So we're not sure if there's more to that story or not. I'm sure there is. Marissa's on 402 right now.
And we're back to head over to the 100-mile marker to catch Marissa as she hits it.
Right, so our women's leader, the winner of our 100 miler for the second year in a row, Marissa. For her 100 split time, she will be a bit under last year's time, so 14:50.
All right. It looks like she's down in the 14:44, 45 range.
And there she goes. Okay. Last year she was 14:50, 44, and this year
14:44, 42.
14:44, 42.
All right, so about 6 minutes faster than last year. see what she comes up with. All right, we've got some to share now. We have about a mile before Scott comes in, but Mike Dobies has prepared this. Wanted to share this. Sorry, it took me about 30 minutes to pull this in. But we have some information I want to share. Are we losing track? We're losing feeds out there. All right. Well, this gives me a good chance to go over this anyways. So let me just pull this in. Oh, there we go. We're back. We're back.
Oh, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, we lost you for a minute. All right, this is something that Mike Dobies put together. And there we go. Okay, so Mike Dobies put this together. Let's take a quick look at this. This is a chart that shows qualifying for the 2021 USA team. And there we go. So you can see the current qualifiers are the ones that go all the way to the right side. You can see they're charted miles ahead of the baseline. The baseline is the constant pace for 140 miles. And then you can see the competitors as of 14 hours in this race and what might happen to them. So you can see at the very top is Camille, and that was her Albi run in 2019. And so she had it pretty straight up and then had some hiccups. And you can see a lot of stuff can happen in that last 8 hours or 10 hours of time. So over here, Loretta has kind of fallen below pace line. And very quickly here, Ashley Truan is also kind of downward at that 140 baseline. Sarah Moore is kind of holding her head above water right now, but trending down, as is Whitney Richmond. But Marissa Lysak is up there right now, and her Desert Solstice 148 from last year, you can see, was falling back towards the median instead of continuing to kind of climb upwards like Camille, where she's actually gaining more against there. So it's kind of interesting. We'll see how this continues to play out, but it gives you just a little bit of a look into there. I'm going to pull up the men's next. Okay. All right, give me 1 second. All right. Here is the, oh, wow. I need to resize this real quick. Okay, here we go. Now we're looking at the men's chart. So you can see this is really interesting. You got Olivier Leblanc's. This one is the baseline for this is constant pace for 160 miles. And so Olivier Leblanc, his 171 is up top. You can see a drop off of Jake Jackson from his World Championship run. And then you've got Harvey Lewis down there, and Jacob Moss kind of was looking real strong through this point and then kind of fell and dipped under the 160. And then our last one is Rolf Schmidt from Desert Solstice last year, kind of a move away from that baseline. And let's see how people are doing in this race. So we can see, of course, Ryan Clifford, he had his great run up and then his crash, and then he was able to kind of maintain that same pace before he dropped off the chart and is now out. Didn't quite make it there to that point. The other one you've got here is Ryan Montgomery is in the yellow. So he was going real hard, dipped down a little, and then is now moving upwards again. The green is Zach Bitter, who was pretty strong through 8 hours, faltered, and then has kind of fallen down pretty severely. Other ones, Harvey Lewis is kind of on a downward trend. But let's see who's got a consistent curve up. So Jake Jackson is this blue line, and he is moving quite well. And you've got Nick Curry, also just kind of very consistent line straight up there as well. Just trying to think who else we had in the mix there. Bob Hearn, he has fallen below the 160 at this point, but these two are still trending upwards. So we'll see if they can catch up to Ryan Montgomery. They're all kind of on the upswing right now. So anyways, thought that was kind of cool. Thank you to Mike Dobies for sending that over. Scott Traer is our next one to hit 100, and he's just a lap or two away right now. Chris, can you hear me out there?
I got you.
I think we
You got me?
lost our main cameras. If you want to check that out, maybe here in a minute after this next mile, possibly.
You got it.
Let's see, just checking in from New Zealand. Yeah, there is a live link. Let me show it over here. So live results, aravaiparunning.com/solstice live. You can see all the live results there. Currently, our race leader, Ryan Montgomery, is at 109.61 miles, still running low 2 minutes. Nick Curry, low 2 minutes. Jacob Jackson with a 2:30. And Scott Trayer coming in for 100 miles in sub 15 hours. Artie boy, is this an elimination race? I mean, you might say that in some sense.
And I believe Scott will be the next runner to come by.
Okay, so Scott is next from what they're telling us. All right, is that him right there?
Yeah, he just saw.
Good stuff. Under 15.
Sorry?
If you guys are in the chat, you want to increase the quality of the YouTube stream that you're watching. That's the reason you're getting blur on the race board. I'm getting it crystal clear on my end. Just make sure you're watching in HD.
14:57:14.
All right, 14:57:14 for Scott Trayer. And we've got a couple more coming in the next 2 miles. We're going to try and get our other cameras up and running.
Yep.
Thank you. Chris, it's possible that the wind might have blown our antennas off the top of the press box. Maybe check the internet first. I don't know. That's what Andy Klink was saying. It might have like messed up the positioning of them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, let me get my camera set and I'll run and take a look.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, one of ours just came back online for some reason. Okay, great. So let's see if Jake Jackson just had like a random lap. Oh, it looks like he is trending up. So Jake Jackson was going from running like 208, 211s to 221, 225, 227, 227, 230, 230. So possibly a slowdown. Nick is going to gain on him pretty quick at this point. Nick, I think, is still running real solid. 209, 210, 208. The interesting thing is Nick was starting the race running 209, 208, 206. Really started out at a consistent pace that he's been able to hold for 15 hours straight, which is really interesting strategy. Seems to be paying off so far. And let's see how Ryan Montgomery is pacing himself. So he was starting out in the 150 range, 155, and now he is mostly right around two minutes per lap, 159, 202, 202, 159, 158. So pretty consistent as well. Chris Warden said that Scott Traer immediately went to a walk and he's still across the track. So we'll see if he's going to continue or call it a day here. That is the interesting thing right now, to see what people are going to do. Run any surface. What a surprise. Strong runners like Ryan Clifford and Olivier LeBlanc in the past 6 or 12 hours have been going down and far from the leader of about 9 miles. What happened to them? Well, as you can see, they stopped at 100 miles. So I think they realized that they didn't have 24 in them today. And so they pushed until they ran, a really, really good 100-mile time. And that's the kind of the beauty of Desert Solstice, is you can get a 100-mile split time, still walk away with an amazing performance, set an age group record maybe, and still an incredible accomplishment. Running 100 miles fast on the track is definitely one of the goals of this event. And now we're kind of watching this is where people decide what camp they're in. Are you in the 100-mile camp, or are you in the 24-hour camp? And you're starting to see that divergence right here. And it's a bit of a game for us to watch. So ultrarunning history informs us that we just watched 7 runners run sub 15 hours at 100 miles. That is really awesome. And now we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4, probably at least 4 more, maybe 5 sub 16 hours. And we're going to have a whole nother sub 17 hours. So pretty cool stuff. And these runners now have less than 9 hours to go till the end of this 24-hour race. We had a question, what happened with Zach? He had something wrong with his legs. I don't know the exact thing. Maybe some cramps, something that just wasn't quite right. So he's been out there just walking laps. He's all bundled up. It appears he's gonna at least shoot for 100, and he was telling people in advance he was going to go for the full 24 regardless. So we'll see. I'm just kind of waiting and seeing right now what he's going to do. All right. We're now 15:04 into this. Who's the guy with the green shoulders? Did Bitter drop out? He's still out there. Let's see. His last lap, I think, was about 6 minutes. So he's been walking laps around 4 to 5 minutes per lap. His latest one was 6:21 in 14:34. So that was about 25 minutes ago. So at this point, he might have dropped. Oh yeah, green sleeves. That is Jordan Camastro. He's got like a Javelin 100 shirt on. Oh man, our feeds. Sorry, a couple of our cameras keep going in and out. We're trying to troubleshoot that right now. And right now we're looking ahead. Jordan Camastro, the runner with the green sleeves. He is our next to hit 100. Oh, I think that might have been Zach that just went by. Yeah, he just had a 30-minute lap and he looks like he's jogging again. So maybe that was the bit of rest he needed to get back out there. He, of course, didn't have the day he was hoping for this time around. Speaking of the 100 miles, I'm signing up for a 100 miler in April. I have only completed a 50 miler. Any ideas or tips to get me ready? It's the C&O Canal 100 mile race. I would say just in general, if you've completed a 50 miler, I would say do similar training to that. You might want to increase your mileage just a little bit, but mostly I think the jump from 50 to 100 is number one, it's a mental decision on your part. I think most people that do a 50 can do 100. It's going to be obviously a lot longer. You're going to encounter sleep deprivation and probably going to have to walk or hike a lot more. So I would say those are just a few tips. Mostly prepare your mind. I think that's going to be your biggest thing to get ready for. But if there are anyone in the chat, I had never been out to the C&O Canal, so can't speak to that part of it. John McKenna says forecast is a low of 44 degrees at 7 a.m. Yeah, it's going to get chilly. So Ryan Montgomery, he just did a 2:03 lap. Jacob Jackson, 2:25. Nick Curry, 2:06. Nick is looking strong, looking just like he just got started.
Do we have everything?
Looks like we're back. Was there, what was the issue?
There was a cord that looked like it had come out, and when I plugged it back in, something turned green. So
Got it.
that's
Cool.
the limit of my technical expertise.
Yeah, it does look, it was kind of off and on. It's back right now and it looks good. So
Good.
whatever you did. So it looks like we still have about a mile till Jordan gets there. But what I was saying is Jacob Jackson seems to have noticeably slowed down on the split sheets. I don't know if you've seen that in person.
I have not. Looks like Scott's calling it a day. He's actually going to be walking right by right now. Good job, Scott.
Right on. So he called it a day at 100. That's the thing. These hundreds, they can start to get lonely. The field thins out between, midnight and 4 or 5 a.m. It can
it's this
become
way.
a bit
If
of a
you're trying to
ghost
get out,
town.
Scott, is that open? Okay, I was gonna... Sorry. Good job, though. Have a great night. Hey, you too. Yeah, when Scott hit 100, he had basically designed to just grab his stuff and go and get a good night's sleep. So still not a bad day's work. A sub 15-hour 100-miler. All right, I'm gonna try and work my way through some of these questions. I don't know what's been answered and what hasn't. As we mentioned, I was playing engineer for a few moments. Let's see. Joseph said, I saw that Harvey was running, so I came to see the magic. Yeah, Harvey, it looks like he's caught his wind back. There was a point where he was moving kind of slowly. He's walking for a few laps, and but this is not his first, second, or third rodeo, so he seems to have recovered nicely. Zach Bitter has indeed started to run again. He's hitting some faster splits. See if I can spot him on the track at the moment. He must be on the far side over in the dark, but yeah, if everybody over on the far side on the track is still running, so. Already asking about, is that a PR, do you mean for Trayer? I'm not sure. I don't know Scott all that well. I'm not all that familiar with his racing, but I can pull up his 2019 100-miler and take a look. Yeah, last year he was at 13:56.24, so this was not as fast as last year. And yeah, here comes Zach right now. He is back and running, fully geared up for the cold snap that's hit us a little bit. Way to go, Jordan. Yeah, Jordan Camacho, I believe, should be our next 100-miler. Wear more squirrels, nut butter. I agree, Artie. I am a devotee and ambassador for squirrels, nut butter, so I agree with you 100%. Chris Moore says it's Bitter's first 24-hour wonder if he'll finish it. Now, the word that I heard was that unless he comes across an injury situation, that he's going to finish it. He did take he's taken a few breaks, and he's found a few walking points, but he's still out there, and he is approaching the about 92 miles in, so admittedly might not be where we expected to see him at this point, but he is still going, and we know what he's capable of. We know that he's run well beyond 100 miles in this time frame, so we'll see if he's run 100 miles in much less time than this time frame, rather. I want to correct myself there. So we'll see if he does go the full 24 and where he ends up.
All right, looks like Jordan Camastro is coming up on 100.
Yep. Hardy Boy asking, I was supposed to interview Scott Traer. Scott was out of the stadium within under 10 minutes after hitting his 100-mile.
He's done.
Yeah, he left the building very quickly.
He left the building.
Yeah. And the crew is headed over to the 100-mile mark for Jordan Camastro, so I'm going to do the same.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris.
Yep. The wind is still strong. Got a quick word for it. I do after and as you can see, everybody's in puffy jackets. They're all nice and bundled up. Jordan Camastro hitting the 100-mile mark. It's so cold. Even Jake Jackson just put a shirt on. Jordan. I love Jordan's energy.
Yeah, a lot of energy there, huh?
Absolutely. Yep. 15:17:49 for Jordan Camastro. Did you catch that, Jamil? 15:17:49. And Bob Hearn is coming up on it in about a mile. And Joe Schmall about a mile and change after that. And Jeffrey Urbanski right after that. Like you said, it's going to be fast and furious here for a little
I
stretch.
noticed Ryan Montgomery just did a 350 lap. Is that just a one-off?
Let me see.
Looks like it might have been. He was running like low 2 minutes and then all of a sudden a 350. So I guess we'll see here.
Ryan is being tended to by his crew right now. I don't know if there's.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah. He's kind of stretching out at his table.
All right, so Nick just passed by Ryan Montgomery. Looks like he had a 350 lap, and now looks like he might have another longer lap. He's stretching, being attended to by his crew. This right here is kind of starting to become the crux of the race. Getting into that, closing on that 16-hour mark.
And Ryan has
Ryan, he's heading back out. All right.
heading back out. He's walking for now. Jake is stopped, and I don't know. He might just be tying his shoes. I know he's slowed down a little bit, but he's still moving. So we'll see if he ends up taking a longer break. And here comes Jordan Camastro, who just hit the 100-mile mark and is still obviously having fun and full of energy out here.
He's just soaking it up.
Chris Pope is approaching the 100-mile mark as well, I believe.
There was a question, is that Jordan Camastro's PR?
I'm not sure. I can take a look when I get back.
I'll look him up on. I'll at least look him up on Ultra Sign Up. He had a 15-14 100 at Jackpot, so that was pretty close. There's that 100-mile mark measured out. All right, Nick is now on par with Jacob Jackson, so he's going to be moving into second place very, very shortly here.
Yeah, he just passed Jake. Jake has stood up, though. Looks like he's getting ready to go back out there. Just
oh, so Jake was at his tent?
Yeah, Jake. I had actually caught Jake, or had seen Jake sit down for a brief bit. He threw some gloves on. He's started to walk out through the pit, and he's actually just coming up here on us now.
Okay, right on.
And he's picking up a jog, picking up a run.
All right, back out there.
Women's leader Marissa Lyjak still moving. And the wind is picking up again. I don't know if you can see the flags over there, but that's a factor for these runners for sure. Because it still continues to come in straight from the north.
All right, so Nick moves into second. And Ryan just had a 7-minute lap, so we'll see if he can get back to a running pace again.
What are Nick's
Someone-
splits right now? It looks like Nick and Jordan Camacho look to be the fastest moving runners. on
Yeah,
the
someone
track at
said
the
that
moment.
Jordan just threw down a sub 2-minute lap. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, he's been cranking 205, 158. Some good lap times there. Oh, the Zach Bitter. Someone said he might be running good laps again now. Oh yeah,
Zach is.
he's dialing it back down. 216, 210, 211. Great.
Zach looking
That's the
good.
thing. I mean, you see people fall back and then they recover and pull it back together. So Bob Hearn, he is on lap 402 right now. So he'll be finishing his 100 here in just a minute. Did you ever think a day could feel so long, everyone?
It's flying by out here.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm having a blast.
Yeah, there goes Zach is looking like in fine form again. That's the thing. I mean,
Absolutely.
these guys have maybe a stomach issue or a